will find no comfort in my kingdom. To stand here today, certainty has been abandoned. Nothing is guaranteed anymore. Control is what brought you here, but power at this level needs more. The highest form of bliss is living with a certain degree of madness. And now, it must be unleashed.
He's got 5 bullets.
My God! This guy is ascending!
Oh!
Can anyone shut him down? He should be dead.
Oh, what a catch!
True control is being able to harness the monster within. To cross that threshold and show them why you are here. One last fight, nothing held back. Turn victory into legacy. In the chaos, clarity is rare. And in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
It feels like the perfect day to crown a champion. How we feel in Rotterdam? As you fans start to take your seats here at the Ahoy Arena, this is of course the Blast Premier Open 26 Grand Final here in Rotterdam, and we are expecting thousands upon thousands of you to fill out this arena for our Grand Final. What an amazing couple of weeks it's been to get to this point. We've seen some truly phenomenal battles, incredible, unforgettable moments, and it all comes down to our final top 2 teams, the creme de la creme, ready to go at it here on the main stage. Of course, we've got the veteran team that's mixed with young firepower in Navi. Okay. Up against the unstoppable, unshakable, greatest team in the world, Vitality. Now it's early doors here, that's a little taste of what we might be able to expect from this crowd. But one thing's for sure, Championship Sunday is here. Let's start it off. Rotterdam, make some noise!
Rob's trying to bring it back, and Robin cool! Makaze's ascending to a whole new level!
Vitality make another grand final.
This is a team that exceeds your expectations.
Who's gonna win?
Vitality.
Vitality, let's go.
I hope Navi.
Vitality!
Vitality all day, every day. Clean sweep.
Falcons, obviously Falcons is gonna win. Obviously.
Vitality for sure.
Vitality! Navi! Vitality, for sure.
I love the confidence. Some of the fans are giving their answers there, whether it's Navi or Vitality, whoever you cheer for. You definitely can have a big cheer and a big smile on your face, knowing that the people helping me on this final day of the Blast Premier Open Rotterdam, Maui and Dupree. It's been a long journey together, but I'm so excited to see who's going to be that team lifting that trophy in maybe 3 maps, maybe 5.
You just get tingles, don't you, on Championship Sunday when everything is on the line and in the middle of a dynasty that is being created. This should be a footnote in Vitality's story, but we'll see as they have an underdog competitor rising up to the occasion.
It has definitely been quite a journey since we started in Copenhagen. Now making it down to 2 teams. It almost feels like it's not a grand final without Vitality at this point. You know, they always make it. They're always here. They are going to be the raid boss. Ultimately, you know, Navi, they have a massive rehearsal in front of them. But nevertheless, I'm always excited for the championship for Sundays.
Yeah, there is definitely an essence around a grand finals, Vitality making their way there. But this time around, Navi's been putting up a fight to get there. They might even put up a fight today. But how exactly would you measure up Navi coming into grand finals here, Maui?
It's going to be a tough task. It'll be a tall order, but this Navi has shown so much thus far. For me, they are the current runners-up. We have established where they lie in the pecking order. It is up for them now to try to upset it. You know that Blade is going to have some plans in tow in order to try to unseat the power that Vitality holds over them. And his right-hand man now, Makaze, he is absolutely living up to the occasion.
Morning, Alexi. Championship Sunday. You literally were in a grand final a couple of weeks ago, successful there. How does this one feel different?
I just believe it's the amount of people who's watching, and you know, having a Vitality on the grand finals is so exciting. So yeah, just the sheer amount of people cheering for us, and you know, knowing that it will be a banger of a match.
I mean, you said in previous interviews that you're really looking for a big challenge to prove yourselves on a grand stage. Vitality might just be that challenge.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? You know, they're playing lights out CS right now. We obviously, you know, lifted a trophy a couple of weeks ago, but not against the best opponent in the world. So now we have the chance, and yeah, what else can we do then to play a best of 5 against them?
We've seen other teams say when they come up against Vitality, you have to almost be perfect. You've got to have a complete performance, the full roster popping off. Is that something that you feel too?
Yeah, I mean, they don't seem to have too many weaknesses right now. They're playing good, but so are we. So we just need to keep believing and keep fighting no matter what happens in the first 1 or 2 maps.
The resilience shown from Alexi B, knowing what is going to be coming up against them, but also not forgetting that just, a couple of weeks ago, they were champions for themselves as a different tournament. Now seeing back-to-back grand finals, Vitality Dupree could potentially be questioning just exactly where they're going to fall and how fired up Navi are.
There's no doubt that the whole back-to-back championship for Navi is what they're looking to find more confidence, but a raid boss at this point seems to be a little bit of an understatement when it comes to Vitality. 14 grand finals. Out of those 14, they have 11 trophies. They're hunting their 12th today. They have a serious streak of 15 coming into this one. And I think the number speaks for itself how good Vitality is, how good they can play. With the individuals popping off, we're also looking at a player like Flames that can come down to history and net that MVP in the hands of ZywOo.
Good morning, ZywOo. Another championship Sunday. You've enjoyed so many of these in your career. What's the mood like today?
For us, the mood is great. I mean, for us, it's a normal day, normal performance, I would say. So obviously, we're looking forward to have a great game today and looking for a good Vitality. Yeah.
Another day in the office. I mean, let's talk about Navi. You haven't dropped a map this tournament so far. Do you think they could be the first team to give you some real problems?
I mean, if they're still playing like this with the confidence, and we are maybe struggling a bit, like, because also it's not morning but early game. Obviously, they can take a game, but obviously we need to play our game, and we can be really dangerous, I would say, if we play in our A game. So obviously we're gonna try our best for that.
Let's be real. You've got the kind of trophy cabinet your average player can only dream of. Yeah. What would this one mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot. Obviously, we are looking for every trophy, to be honest, with this team. So obviously, winning without getting a map out and having to break Navi records soon, maybe above 20 maps, and like all these things mean a lot for us. So obviously, we are looking forward for that.
Now, it's hard for Vitality to really gauge just how strong Navi are. They started in different groups. They haven't met each other at all here at Blast Open, and so you do wonder, whilst you're looking at them now, yeah, Navi has that confidence. They're powering up for themselves. Is there any seed of doubt for Vitality, or someone like ZywOo, he's just trying to pander a little bit to all the Navi Nation fans out there?
I feel like ZywOo there was composed as ever. He's never that one to boast before the job is done. He lets his play do the talking for him. Other players on Vitality have thrown out the idea that maybe this Na'Vi team's getting a little bit too confident. We've seen that from Rops recently on HLTV. Mezzi has also talked about it himself, that in general, they know that they are the heavy favorites in this one, but there's a couple of streak breakers on the side of the Na'Vi side. So I think that it's not out of question to say that Na'Vi make this one a competitive series, because Blade talked to you yesterday, Dupree. Another fun fact is the fact that Alexi B was also one to end one of your streaks too, with your 31 map streak on Nuke, and he was able to take you down on that. So maybe when you get two of the best streak breakers together in the server, magic can happen.
At this point, I gotta, go all in on Na'Vi, because if that's the storyline we're bringing in right now, that's also...
Like, I'm not getting sad for no reason,
I can gain something from this one as well, so let's go all in on Na'Vi. We have to look at the map pool. We have to be looking at the fact that this right now is a best of 5, and going up against Vitality in a best of 5, that is just going to be tough. Looking at their map percentages and how good they are, how big and so wide their map pool is, it is hard to find that edge. Where are you going to be going? What map do you feel confident about going up against them? Na'Vi, obviously, they're looking to find some kind of edge. The fact that they obviously not going to be playing Ancient since it's the parent brand of Vitality, that puts Na'Vi in a bit of a position where we can't really get one of our strongest ones. What else are we going to be going for? So best of 5 is all about the map pool, it's all about resilience, and it's all about keeping momentum and staying in the mental edge of the game.
All right, let's see if they're going to be able to take your advice, Dupree, maybe put it into action. If Na'Vi are able to get something for themselves, as we're going to find out exactly what our map veto for our best of 5 is.
Probably play our own pick first in the veto, so I think in terms of the veto, we just want us to get a good start. I think it's a small advantage always in a best of 5. You get to play your own 2 first maps in the first of the 3 maps, which could lead to a 3-0, which have been done many times by us, but you could also have a long best of 5, which goes like 5 maps and very long day and tiring. So, you want to have a strong start, and yeah, I think that's all.
Like we usually do, we know that we will probably play all maps, and it's just a matter of time until we find out which is going to be first map, second map, third map, because we ban Overpass, they ban Ancient, and then it's a mystery after that.
We're going to start with obviously our Inferno and Dust 2. On their side, yeah, it's just a best of 5, so you kind of expect and prep all maps, but it's just to start out strong. I think our key in best of 5s and the experience we've gained as a team is that no matter if it's the first map, second map, third map, you just give the most energy you can, you reset in those 10 minutes break between the maps, and you get back into the other map like nothing happened before.
So we ban Overpass, and they ban Ancient, and probably they will pick Inferno, so let's see. Hopefully we will beat them on Inferno. We will win first map for sure, I think Inferno, because it's a good map for us also, and last time that we played, it was close map versus them. It was on Inferno and Major, and we lost some rounds that we shouldn't lose, and they beat us because we lost that round that we shouldn't lose.
All right, that's enough talk about picks and bans. For the final time here in Rotterdam, we are going to reveal them, this time for the grand final, of course, a best of 5. Let's start off with Vitality. They ban Ancient. Na'Vi. They ban Overpass. On to our first picks here. And Vitality, they pick Inferno. And for Na'Vi, it's Anubis. And as you can see, it's somewhat of a reaction from the crowd there. That is, I guess, a surprise here, trying to mix things up here with something different. Let's move on now to the next map. This is Vitality. It's Dust 2. Na'Vi's pick, Mirage. And if as fans we are lucky enough to go all the way, the deciding map will be Nuke. Are we happy with that, Rotterdam? All right, the table is set. Let's begin.
I think Na'Vi have been playing good, but we also really wanna. There's always a special thing when you're the #1 team and you potentially play like the #2 that is agreed upon the scene. Like the fans agree that Na'Vi is #2. So for us, it's just gonna be exciting to play that final and kind of just do our thing.
We are pretty confident, I would say, but obviously we will not think about the win. We will think to take map by map and then afterwards we will see.
You know, we were confident, and I think we've had many best of fives already this year and last year. You know, so many. So just another day in the office, and we just had to show up. I think that's all.
I love that. Just another day in the office. There is just that sort of calmness around ropz where he acknowledges what it really is, but also for himself individually. We've been here many times. You already said it, Dupree. This is now their 14th grand final that they've been in, having won 11 of the previous 13 that they've played.
Yeah, it's straight up madness. You know, it's a team that is so comfortable playing on the stage, but also playing the grand finals, and especially also best of 5. You know, it's a team that goes on to, pretty much regardless of what map they start on, they always seem to be getting a good start. And even if they don't win their first map, they still seem to convert and go the distance. It's a team that has a massive amount of resilience. They have a very deep map pool. They will have all the tactics set. The preparation is already done. And I feel like at this point, when you play so many best of 5s as they have done, it's like whenever they return to that stage of playing another one, they are just so comfortable that it's like, this is what we're used to. Whereas the other teams, they usually face, they don't play it as much. And best of 5s is just very different from best of 3s, because it is about getting a good start and also making that resilience count when it actually matters, because you have to isolate it when you come to these games. You have to isolate it sometimes if you do follow in the first stage of the game, that you do have to look at it and isolate it like as another best of 3. So Vitality, you know, my clear favorite in this one.
The fact that it's a BO5 is probably one of the factors that works against Na'Vi in a lot of ways, just because it tests you down to all the minor details of your map pool as well. The fact that if you are missing an extra protocol on your 3rd or 4th best map, that's going to be even more apparent versus a Vitality team that really just seems like they have every step of a round ironed through, and then players to execute those plans.
And looking at the stats you have on screen right now, there's 2 things I really want to be pointing out. Obviously, on the Vitality side, we have 2 red boxes. The first one being their multi-kills. They're sitting at a 1.02 multi-kills. That is absurd, having that many amount of rounds where you do multi-kills, because that is very, very important. Looking at the other one, a 49% chance of converting 4v5 situations. I don't think I've ever seen something as high as that. And it really just paints the picture that if you do get that first kill against Vitality, we talked about how important first kills is, because you do want to get that advantage, but they still seem to convert almost half of those situations where they actually lose the first kill. It's out of my mind. It's actually incredible.
It's not even just stats like that you have to look at for Vitality too. It's the fact that right now they're on a 19-map win streak for themselves. The last time that they lost on LAN was 64 days ago. That was 9 weeks ago. And so now we've already talked about that this is a Vitality dominance, but where does the conversation of a legacy of being the best come into play around Vitality?
Vitality, we're in the midst of them building their dynasty. The fact that they have 2 majors, the fact that in comparison to Astralis' 2018 to 19, you probably have about 100 more days before you can really match those 2 teams 1 for 1. So the fact that Vitality's era right now it's still in a construction, okay? They're still working towards it. In fact, actually, well, the majors one here is still just 2 for this individual lineup here. And so overall, I would say that the one impressive aspect, Dupree, when we were looking at this was that when you guys were in your Astralis era, it's the amount of weeks consistently that you were HLTV #1. That's something that you still hold over them, where we have seen in the previous season yeah, for him, the dips in form for Vitality. There were moments in the last season where there's a tournament or 2 where a couple teams pop off for a little while. Even though the stats may say how, it may tell a story of how impervious Vitality are, as a stats major, I know that stats are, they don't hold forever. It's not till infinity time that they run. It's predictive elements that you can use to look at the future, but there will always be aberrations, so this today could be one of them.
Obviously, I am very proud of the 399 days that we managed to hold back in 18-19 in that Astralis era of time we did. I mean, looking at the numbers we just pulled up, there is still a case, you know, that we should probably be still considered as the greatest team of all time. But then the thing is that we're not a team anymore. Vitality's team is still a team, obviously, and there's nothing seems to be slowing them down. So it is just a matter of time. And if they have 200 days to just achieve, 3 more titles, maybe a major, then it feels like it's inevitable to happen.
And it's nice to see, though, that there is that sort of essence of a cyclical cycle for CS, that we're going to see a dominance from Astralis. Then there's a little bit of a downtick. Things feel close again. And then you have a team like Vitality that wants to make new records, have new streaks for themselves. But we also have to look at the fact that individually, they're stepping up for themselves throughout 2026. Just when you think you couldn't get better than what their year was last year, now you have someone like FlameZ stepping up to a whole nother level and bringing it to, what did you coin it? A second ZywOo on your team?
Exactly. If you look closely at this one, the fact is that FlameZ is putting up numbers like ZywOo did in 2022, and with how incredible ZywOo was even in that year, a top 2 player in the world, you would think that that's already unfair to have one of them. The fact that you've practically got to, and you're doing it in a role that is so complementary to ZywOo as well. The fact that FlameZ can run in first, put up incredible output there, get an entry or two, and then ZywOo, Rops, all of these guys can play cleanup, because sometimes that's really one of the only aspects that you could say dulled Vitality last season as well, that the entry slowed down a bit, that FlameZ wasn't always there. Now that is not a conversation. FlameZ has now entered the entry of the year talk with Donk. That's how absurd he's been.
I've always felt that or at least I've always said that the most important piece of puzzle for me when it comes to Vitality outside ZywOo has always been FlameZ or Apex, the one that creates a space for specifically ZywOo and Robs, and he's doing more than we expect of him. This, like, the numbers speaks for itself. What he's doing is absolutely incredible. I feel like FlameZ, if he just puts up just an average performance today, they even, you know, Vitality is literally putting up, you know, themselves into competition. He's actually having that chance of picking up the MVP over ZywOo, and we haven't seen that before, so that itself speaks for what greatness he's pulling off right now.
And there's a different sort of conversation where we're talking about an individual outperforming another individual on their team. But for Na'Vi, they're going to have to look at everyone having to step up to be able to bring it to Vitality. Makaze was confident that they could at least win that first map because they made little silly mistakes last time they faced up against them in Inferno. And I truly believe that those mistakes have been fixed. Can they implement it? I hope so, because for themselves, they're on an 8 series win streak. Maybe not to the same grandiose as Vitality right now, but that's something everyone needs to consider.
I'll even go back to the point that really even historically, the fact that you have streak breakers on the side of Na'Vi, the fact that Blade was able to help end the Astralis era, along with the fact that Alexi B was able to also slow down Astralis by taking them down off of a 31 streak on Nuke. And yeah, when we look at Makaze, this might look a little bit concerning, of course, because his Ancient isn't going to be in the veto today, but looking actually at his last month of play, which has a lot of data now. ESL Pro League was a lot of maps. That's why people didn't watch it. But he's actually been incredible now on practically every map in the pool. It's in fact pretty difficult to pick one to say he's the worst at. But for my money, I think that when Vitality go for an Inferno here, even though I felt like they were going to go for a Dust 2 to kick the series off, probably you're trying to target the star, because we have seen Makaze humbled on the map. Yesterday, of course, when he played against Paravision, he had a very difficult time with the banana pressure that they were laying down on him. And I have no doubt today, FlameZ Apex, it'll be something similar.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a brawl, like always. You know, there's definitely a case that Na'Vi has to go back and look what went wrong against Paravision, specifically with what went wrong with Makaze, because it did feel like it was a bit too hesitated sometimes, also a bit too fast at given times, instead of relying on the things they know works for him, right? But nevertheless, I think it's a good sign to see that Makaze is like more spread out now. He's more viable on all the maps instead of only relying on being good at Ancient. You know, it's also a key tool for Na'Vi, and in this particular one now that they have to play so many maps in this grand final, but also for them moving forward, because if you have your star player relatively only being good on one specific map, then, you know, if you can just remove that and feel like you have a massive edge if you're your opponent, then I mean, that's not really something you want to be looking into. So I think it's a good sign for Makaze to see that he's, you know, spread out a little bit more.
And Mel, whilst you are a realist and you understand the gravity of coming up against a Vitality team, I know deep down you would love to see Na'Vi lift that trophy. And if you got to have, you know, just a little bit of a team talk with them, what's something that you're bringing to the table in terms of what do you want to say to them? What do you want them individually or as a team to focus on?
What Na'Vi need to realize for themselves is that this was the 4-man core of the 2024 Team of the Year, a team that always fought against teams with better firepower, against the odds, with more superstar players. So if they're able to actually just harness some of that energy, what I love about Na'Vi most throughout the run that they've had thus far, they don't choke. So if they get beat today, then they're getting beat fair and square, but they're going to play up to the level that is asked of them.
Well, I hope they are listening, because that's the last thing that we're going to get to hear from you right now before our teams are ready to take to the stage and begin our grand final.
Rotterdam, take your seats. The grand final is about to start. Now, Championship Sundays, they're special. They arrive in a flash and disappear just as fast. Players involved, they wake up with anticipation, nerves, excitement, with the knowledge that they have an opportunity in front of them to achieve something great. Now, before they know it, confetti has fallen, cameras have flashed, and it is all over. For one of them, they have the pleasure of raising this trophy high in the air in front of this crowd. For the other, it's heartbreak, watching on from the sidelines. This is the Blast Premier Open Rotterdam Grand Final, and I want to know who this crowd thinks is going to take it. Will it be Navi? What about Team Vitality? Let's get this grand final underway.
It's still like just unbelievable that you're playing on a massive stage. You get to experience the vibrations, the loud noise from the fans.
There are a lot of thoughts going on, that you can win, that you can lose.
You will play the same way, but mentally that's where the difference comes from.
You can get in the head of opponents by outplaying them. We like to anti-strat teams, we like to change our stuff.
There's many teams we have played, we're beating them that many times, like they're probably feeling shit. They're gonna say to each other, this is the time we beat them. And it's not.
Our secret weapon definitely is Makaze. Obviously he's aggressive, but he's so humble that he's just doing everything that he needs for the team.
This guy is ascending to a whole new level!
Zyvo might be the most talented player I've ever seen. The guy is capable of anything.
He should be dead!
How has Zywo survived that?
That's the kind of belief I have in him.
Most important thing that I learned is you don't have to be toxic to get somewhere.
I think we all realize that we are in a very good spot with our team. We are incredibly dominant. We're here to win and we don't want to waste our time.
Navi's electricity is continuing to spill over.
The #1 team in the world, Vitality.
Welcome, Navi! They call themselves Born to Win, and tonight that name feels heavier than ever. They lifted a Pro League trophy just 2 weeks ago. They marched through the group stages here with authority and took down a tough challenger in the semis. Now, they step into yet another grand final. Alexi B, directing with calm precision. Fit and Imma, ready to step up when it matters most. Wonderful, delivering with lethal confidence. And a 19-year-old Makaze, the breakout star, injecting new life and fearless energy into this roster. It's a team with incredible history running through its DNA. And now they face their toughest challenge yet. Team Vitality! From the very first map of this tournament, they have been untouchable. undefeated, unbroken, not a single map dropped. They've dismantled every opponent with unshakable structure, terrifying firepower, and an unbreakable mentality. Daewoo delivering monster clutches. Apex leading the charge. Croft, Flamesy, Mezzy, a roster so deep, so complete, no one has found a weakness. You are looking at the #1 team in the world, and they are here to claim the trophy they came here for. It's Navi versus Vitality, precision versus perfection. Ahoy Arena, it's time for the Blast Open Rotterdam Grand Final!
I mean, goosebumps.
Right now is how long Vitality have been undefeated on a single map. And that could all be undone today by Navi in a grand final, looking to lift that trophy for themselves.
Vitality walk into the Ahoy Arena today with an air of invincibility. Nobody truly expects Navi to fight back, but they've shown a lot. They've shown that they are turning it up a notch, that they've got a star player themselves, and that can be the difference maker today. A team that is seasoned with veterans, a team that has proven that they can also win their own major. They've got to come back with some of that fire in 2026.
I have to be honest with you, Mao. I do not think that Navi stands a chance in this one. If this would have been a best of 3, I would have been all in. The Navi could actually challenge them or at least make it competitive. But once we get into a best of 5, that is where Vitality is looking as strong as ever. I feel like the map pool for them is looking strong. They have shown multiple times when they win the first map that they will just clinch out the series 3-0. The only edge that I want to give Navi when it looks at the map pool is the fact that we do get to see Anubis as second.
You have to give Makaze a little bit of credit though, right? He said that they're able to at least take a map. They had faith in being able to open up strong in this best of 5, and we've seen it many times. Those who open strong, they're able to close it out. They're able to finish it and finish strong themselves.
Nobody at this point should be doubting Blade. He's the one guy that I have a delusional amount of faith in when it comes to Counter-Strike. The win in Copenhagen and 2024 that set them up to be the team of the year, the fact that they were able to take down a Furia team in Budapest, who was one of the favorites going into that major. This guy comes up with game plans easier than I'm wiping my own ass. It's ridiculous how easy he makes it look to dismantle the best teams in the world.
You can talk a lot about Blade, and you can talk a lot about Navi, how good they can be. But on the other side, you do have Vitality. And one thing is that you go pound by pound, you do have players going head to head. I would take any Vitality player at this point against any Navi player. I believe that they have more composure, they have better strategies, and they have the firepower to back up everything they need to shut down Blade and his ideas. I know that Blade is saying himself that they think they can close out this era. I think this is more like a rehearsal. This is a rehearsal for Navi to go out and show, hey, we are actually that team that is supposed to be taking down Vitality. But this rehearsal, I don't think we're going to be looking at a team that can do much.
I'm kind of with Mao here, seeing the fact that Navi are huddling there still, having that conversation, Blade giving his wise words there. When you've been in that position before, Dupree, having a huddle like that as a team, what's going through your mind? What's actually being said there?
I think it depends whether you're the underdog or you're the favorite in this one. And Navi, obviously, they're reminding themselves right now probably that we know we're going up against Vitality. We're going up against the odds here. We're going up against the best team that has probably ever played Counter-Strike. If we can just go out there and show glimpses of what we've been working for, use this as a foundation, moving that into the major, then I feel Navi will be very satisfied. I think Navi also with the preparation time, with the amount of time they've had, it was like 14 hours we had Blade on that desk. It's been very limited to what he has been able to cook up. I think Navi have to rely on making this like the least amount of mistakes as possible, but we also know that once you're playing against a team like Vitality, these mistakes, they might pile up.
I'm looking for any edge possible when it comes to Navi and this one who come in as the underdogs, but one matchup that I have liked this year so far is Bit versus Rops. Two extremity players, both incredibly decorated in their role, and if I'm saying in terms of pure skill, why can't Bit match up with Rops on those anchors, on those lurks. He has an incredible sense for the game himself. I would even say that at times he's got the snappier aim in total. Sure, at this event, Rops has looked good, but at any moment, you know that Bit can be the hero for Na'Vi.
There's no doubt that these two players on your screen right here is going to be very instrumental for both of them. I do, however, believe that Rops can get away with having a sort of an average performance, but specifically how good Flamesy and ZywOo has been. Whereas on the side of Na'Vi, we need to see Bit. We need to see Bit have one of those scams where he pops off, he gets out with all those lurks, his anchoring capability has to be as best as we can actually look at. And with the fact that Blade is now looking to route his troop into this match, I think we're just waiting to see this one gonna blow the charts.
Every single player sitting in that booth is aware of the gravitas of the situation, stepping into a grand final, knowing that it could go the distance or they could close it out swiftly. But in map 1, that's a moment that either makes you or breaks you.
That's what it's all about when it comes to best of fives. Rob said in his interview that for them, when they win the first map, they look great. They will just go on and close out the series. The issue, right, obviously, if you do not get that good start, you do have to go back, realize that this is a game that's going to be going on for a long time. And I think that if Vitality ends up winning Inferno, then I think it's just going to be a close-out series 3-0.
We'll see exactly how it plays out. It is map number 1. Both of these teams ready for themselves and hopefully ready to put on a show.
Sitting in front of you today, Rotterdam, is Na'Vi versus Vitality. Sitting in front of you is one of the best to ever do it. And on the other side of that stage, a team and an organization that has been built to gain territory on this Vitality run. But there are no guarantees coming into this grand finals. We don't know how long this one runs. So bask in the greatness that sits on this stage. For today, Na'Vi will try.
The bar is to be the very best. We already know that Vitality have that in CS2, but they're going for all time. And Na'Vi are here to try to stop them. Or at the very least, try to slow them down.
You gotta earn your place to even get to play versus Vitality on the biggest stages. That is what Na'Vi have already secured here in Rotterdam. And they've done it in a fashion that has left us impressed. Yes, short turnaround. Yes, massive ask of you. But if there's anybody currently at the end of March 2026 to take this challenge and maybe make it competitive, it has to be Na'Vi.
That's a great check here for Apex. This one moves towards A. The stack isn't looking that good, and even with a kill coming down from Akaze, which is nice, 4v1 over towards this site.
I like this position from Bit. Hanging on to the apartments, gives him an evacuation plan, if that's what's called on. And Alexi getting vision of the arc trap. Nobody really diving into these duels too hard. But now Alexi's been caught out by Flamesy. Mezzy clips, wonderful. Man advantage back, Vitality. And here's that spot from Bit, just playing up in the apps, trying to get away, but he sticks around maybe a bit too long with ZywOo, who's gonna find the headshot, the equalizing kill and the cover for the bomb plant.
We got ZywOo prepping to swing across default if there's any contact made, and he's staying out in the open for this fight.
Mezzy, the alternative.
Low on ammo.
3 shots
left.
Has
to be a headshot.
Beautiful stuff. Do you ever expect anything less?
Last bullet. That's how we're starting now. Played out in the open with 3 bullets and hit 2 instant headshots.
Clean as need be. Oh, it's just so easy, at least for some. So it's a clinical kickoff here for Vitality. That bodes well for ZywOo's performance today. And it's not every day that ZywOo walks into the server as the 2nd highest rated player on his team at this event.
Yeah, Flamesy is doing incredible things right now. The only guy who didn't get an award in his role last year because Donk exists.
And I remember the tone when Donk won that award at HLTV. It just kind of felt like, yeah, of course he's not going to win that. And who could ever win that over Donk, it seemed. Well, believe your eyes. A few months later, and Flamesy is tapping into an all-time ceiling in terms of his career.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to do a lot, but he could set a record at this event.
conversation around Vitality is how much better can they get and how could they get there? Well, Flamesy is propelling them in a whole new way. And Dupree touched on it as well. Just having, somebody who's creating space like that between him and Apex, having him hit that hard just kind of gives ZywOo all the more runway. Flamesy's gonna run out of space this round. Great bracket control because it cues up that swing. And while the Desert Eagle's getting reloaded, it never gets a chance to fire back. Rops is the guy to take this towards the bomb site, but look at the health. This is an uncomfortable one for Vitality. Apex manages to hang on.
He doesn't get the kill.
22 health here between what's left of Vitality. Makaze will be called on all night long to try to deal with this Vitality. Well, this one looks like he could sweep them under the rug. I mean, a few bullets here is death on both these remaining Vitality players.
Yeah, 100%. They can't just instantly swing out and guarantee a trade. If Makaze gets this first peek off and a little damage, it's a quick one-on-one.
Nade misses, it's target, drive by, making use of that movement with the MAC-10. But then as he puts that smoke onto the bomb, it's Rops to fall right after. He hit the headshot. 91 damage out of Rops, but it's not enough. And that's gonna be Ime to set it up from inside of the corner. So you can take your pistol, but you're not getting away with the conversion.
Just over a second left on the defuse. The guy we're gonna talk about the most on Na'Vi today. A tip of the hat to Makaze, making sure that all of this damage mattered. Everyone contributed a little bit. I'm looking at Vitality. We're looking at that first round and this round, all the trades they're getting away with, how close every call is. How, in each of these situations, there's a number of Na'Vi players ready to fight. They're in good spots. They're actually playing quite well, matching the pace of Vitality. We can see what that clutch does. It's a full investment for one Galil here for Vitality.
Makaze a machine when it comes to playing aggressive openings here on Banana.
Oh, they missed that molly.
Not ideal. ZywOo tries to jump on it.
Saved by Makaze. Wait, by himself.
Blind frag. Blind frag's one thing. Jumping kills another. Combine those two.
I mean, he wasn't even I don't even know where he was looking. He didn't seem to have any idea there could be a player at logs and somehow made a flick.
It's a jump on the back of that pack here from Vitality, so Mezzi's also now tagged low. Alexi gonna finish what he started with that frag grenade. Galil's exchanged hands a couple of times, and Rops will finally be able to topple one of the Na'Vi players with it. Bomb goes down, but then that delayed boost over top will find Apex trying to reposition. And throughout all the damage we see from Na'Vi, as Vitality approach this bomb site, somehow Rops has gone unscathed. And so on 98 HP and that picked up Galil, he's got a chance to do something special early. But the numbers here are too strong for Na'Vi, so they will take that force by victory, convert it into the next one, and already good signs with grenade damage here from a Na'Vi. You can expect that towards B. What we need to see is just how lucky Makaze got to kick that off 5v4.
I mean, that's serious. Like when that molly missed, you know,
it's
he was
blind
probably
luck.
thinking about it, but he hits. I mean, I think he. Oh my!
What even is that?
He hit the headshot, jumped up, and a stray bullet finished the kill off for him. It's better to be lucky than good.
We can't get ahead of ourselves now. 3 rounds into this best of 5
that
affair.
side's actually 2 years old.
Okay.
Just waiting for the moment.
This is fun. Apex decides to go all in on ZywOo this round. It's a Kevlar AK-47, and Rops doesn't have a helmet, but there's also a set of Kevlar on him. And ZywOo, as of late, has kind of exuded the sort of confidence to get more and more of these sorts of buys behind him. How fun it's been to watch ZywOo take our criticisms personally, offering highlights throughout this event already. But out of the gate in round 4, he's not going to find anything to shoot at just yet.
Yesterday, we saw the ability for Na'Vi to be able to win a game like this, but they have to play perfect. When they let Paravision back into the match in 2 different maps, even if it was only briefly, especially on Inferno, we saw the issue if they're going to come in and play today. The individual scare was there yesterday. The calls were there yesterday. Off the tack pause, Blade was great almost every single time. Rotations were very quick for Na'Vi. But They still gave the map up to Paravision.
Played a lot of this round silently. And that's going to still give them options as Makaze looking for information, looking for that early warning sign of a potential B follow-through. There's that AK bullet whizzing by. 20 to the clock means pressure's on, and you could dive bomb this smoke. It's the pistol to try to set up ZywOo's rifle as he goes over top of Orange and collects.
No, he's got
double. That's what they're looking for. And then on the cross, Robs is able to pick that bomb back up. ZywOo opened up this possibility.
He actually has a chance to completely close this round.
Rob's unable to grab a gun in the middle of all of that, but he will take a deep position. And already, Wonderful starts to come and clear these corners out, but he skips one. And Robs is going to catch him off. Oh, Robs is the closer. ZywOo, the can opener. And that B-side feels the wrath of ZywOo early.
Those two, just like the Glock round, just like that round in CT where he hit that flick, he had the next kill already queued up in his mind. He already had it queued up.
Sickening second shot.
He made that look like a formality.
Beautiful adjustment. We'll be watching that camera angle all day long, and Robs just keeping it as clean as he has to, makes the advantage of pushing in deep, so good investment from Apex there to trust ZywOo with the AK. Kickstarts Vitality's chance of taking control early to the T side. And again, Na'Vi respond with a buy of their own. 3 players into Banana utility both ways. The pistol opens again. It has been problematic for Vitality to get towards this Banana approach.
Yeah, best thing about this situation for Vitality is the missed grenade actually landed right on them. Don't poke the bear.
As he sends one back through Kaze's eyes, man advantage gone. And obviously Vitality will sit back, bomb and spawn. Not too concerned about the time early with this, going for the boost over top, but not getting a glimpse of anything yet.
They're considering a swing. There it comes.
It's good patience.
They kind of see what the setup is right now. They're still waiting for the half wall guy. But Na'Vi can't fight through this. They have good positions.
Oof. Alexi B is gonna give him a taste of that 5-7. Bit's got his headshot on the other side of the map, so you lose your lurker if you're Vitality. ZywOo was the opener last round, now needs to be the closer, gets wind of what's going on, and just wants to grab bomb into the duel. The bomb is nothing but a technicality in case he needs it.
Well, I was like, what? He's gonna grab the bomb and then what? And then how's he gonna get the bomb planted? No, he's just going right back for the fight. Bit knows that he has him locked up into that spot. It gives Bit a huge advantage holding that angle. It's an instant headshot again.
Just kind of disgusting. But in all the right ways, as we stay glued to the screen, valiant effort by Na'Vi trying to come together with the lesser guns.
And so in year 7, he's playing his best CS ever. Best start of all of his years so far.
Leaving scraps for Na'Vi in round 6. Oof, but still, these scraps have something to stand on. Doesn't feel like Makaze is gonna go absent. Maui Snake has really been hammering home how Na'Vi, of all the teams we have as terms of challengers, they don't choke on the big stage, right? They play up to the level you expect of them, and it's just so difficult to play to a Vitality level, of course.
Yeah.
But in rounds like these, when you still see a lifeline, I think that bodes well for the just competitive essence of this grand finals tonight.
They are tournament winners. They have closed out events. They have, you know, they always stick with their lineup. They build brick by brick, and that's always been the case with Na'Vi. If they lose, it'll be an honest loss. We've already you know, Blade's already got the interview talking about how this event will be a test to see if we have the individual level to match up to teams like Vitality. From a team aspect, I don't think he has any doubts, obviously. And on an individual level, that's definitely helped in getting them this far. But this test is just unlike any other.
Hoping exits come their way. setting up a trap to try to chip into that money. Money that's bolstered by the 1 AK ZywOo win. But they have kept Vitality on their toes with the costs. Just so little to do it here in the 6th round of play. So Apex gonna secure some kills, triple on the exit, and an open road for Vitality to comfortably secure this 4-2 lead.
I got a few bucks.
Okay, time to let the tactical geniuses do their work. First timeout of the best of 5, and of course it's Blade.
I mean, if I'm looking at this game so far, we're seeing, again, Na'Vi rotating pretty well. Individuals are getting really good kills in hard to frag positions. They're in a low buy situation really often. But Vitality, they're playing responsive. And I think they learned a lesson playing against Paravision. They've avoided stacks here, so the rotations have been good, but it's not like Na'Vi are waiting for them with 4 in each of these situations. I feel like Apex is pretty lucid today.
You'll have to remain tapped in like that for the remainder of this game.
And they absolutely smashed Paravision on opening duels yesterday too.
Utility pressure down middle for Na'Vi off of the tac pause. Makaze getting ever deeper and playing in front of a CT smoke.
Yeah, he doesn't have a smoke for himself. Imma can obviously help him out.
Now gives up the position. Before that ramp smoke fades, falls back into the banana control instead. Just trying to, Alexi, of all the guys.
That'll hurt, you know.
Of all the guys.
Could have landed square on somebody right there.
Wow.
That was not bad. Oh, one to Alexi also.
Still finds enough damage to set these M4s up for 1-bullet kills across the board, barring Rops.
Man, they come out of that tac pause, they have no kits. They want to play 1 and B with Alexi, give up car control. They're taking a huge risk right here. They're hoping that Apex overthinks this situation. And right now, he's not.
It's no kits and low utility, and not all the utility has any value, and Alexi bounces it off of cars, so...
It's not a convincing setup here, you know, for Na'Vi.
We'll see if it's just a soft exit for Alexi, as the utility is going to have him quietly creeping back. Free real estate found by Vitality. It's a push down middle, and Rops just pops up and goes right back to cover.
Is he actually going to get away? I don't think so.
You don't think so? Rops with a sequence of headshots. And that is now Rops overtaking everybody else for Vitality in this one. So not only do you find a free B bomb site, but the one guy who could have excusably died in the face of 3 challengers just racks up a denial versus Na'Vi, who, looking at that B site and the way Alexi walked away, we're really hoping to keep these guns for the next round.
They would have happily taken 1 kill, traded that, and
now the
saved
hunt's
the other
really
gun.
on.
Yeah, now they lose a lot of space. There's still time left on the clock. It's very possible both these players die here. Backside contact first as they swing.
Vitality trying to swing the doors open for a stomp on map 1, and Alexi doesn't survive.
3 kills is nice.
Not bad, but it's going to be very little money on the Na'Vi squad.
Dude, how does Robs get this?
Just a perfect pop-up. It's good cover as well by the teammate.
Look at that shot. Pre-aim to an angle that doesn't even exist.
I like the investment on Wonderful. We'll put a rifle out there on the field.
I'll get bored of watching Vitality play when they're boring to watch. But the fact that individually everyone's like, look at Rops right now, Flamesy having his best year, ZywOo having his best year. It never even crossed our minds that a team could exist to be better than Astralis when we were in the middle of that.
Took some time, but here we are. And here go Vitality once more, taking a look at it. Kind of getting wonderful to scramble. So the M4 reveals itself early. What's Apex gonna do with this information? And what did Na'Vi do with the fact that they've weaponized it at the B site and left A understaffed?
I think they ran, actually. I think ZywOo walked back and just heard them running away.
That helps.
They're still going to get the B site, though, because ZywOo was listening.
Smoke fades on the CT cross. They'll replace that one with the last smoke grenade Vitality have. Makaze is going to throw the Hail Mary through. And Mezzi, sure, gets the trade back, but Robs is down to 8 HP, and it feels like Mezzi would have been called on. But wonderful, lines that up. This one M4. We already saw what ZywOo did with a single AK buy. Will Na'Vi tap into that same ideology and should damn well pull this off, because 8 health versus 4 should never happen here for Robs. On top of that, Bit's flank has been found out. He's going to confirm Robs is over here. Oh, beautiful flick. Keeps it clean. The headshots just keep on rolling. But as you peek into the double up there for Na'Vi, they will secure this.
Ooh, watch him, man.
A great game of Counter-Strike, that's what. And a Na'Vi that seems to be, even though they still trail by 2 rounds, contending with Vitality today.
We're seeing already some next level highlights. That was such a ridiculous shot out of Robs. I mean, Na'Vi will be happy to win a round however they can.
Mechanically, Robs is...
Yeah, he's on it right now.
Believe your eyes. So yet another plot twist with an unexpected round win. Makaze trying to get the game going towards Banana, but it's Alexi B that's paying the price. Whittled down to 5 health, the supportive piece of Makaze reels back from that damage. But so long as Makaze plays half wall, Alexi doesn't need to worry about being killed by a potential stray frag grenade.
Is it possible that the Ts are doing more utility damage than the CTs right now?
Feels that way with how hindered Na'Vi have been on Banana, but I like this adjustment. Throw wonderfuls off at it. That'll catch you off. And of all the scalps to take, it's ZywOo first.
Nice chips.
Great nade. Ooh, and Bit again.
That's a strong peek.
Wonderful missed shot opens the threat of this B commitment, but Makaze there to make sure that Apex can't emerge.
Oh, come on, man. What are these kills?
Messi's found another one. Everybody's trying to tap into quality Counter-Strike. 2 members of Vitality left over as Na'Vi knock on the door of a 4th round win.
Now we're getting warmed up, but at least these opening kills are starting to be converted rounds consistently. There's still enough time to test this, even though the odds are low.
Eesh, off the smoke. Makaze wants it, and it's a feeble cross by Mezzi to try to close out. That lead dwindles to a single round, kick-started by, again, the wonderful solo M4.
Na'Vi are tapping into all the right things. And there's whispers from the Vitality side that they think that Na'Vi believe they can win this match. They're here to prove otherwise. A 1-round gap, but some of the stats that we're looking at here for Na'Vi are consistent with the things that have got them to this point. Dominant starts to rounds. Good rotations.
And add to that mechanical ability.
Yeah.
You know, one of the last points that the desk made in terms of head-to-heads between these teams was comparing the perimeter players in Rops and Bit. And Maui Snake's point was valid. You'd think that, you know, mechanically on an aim basis, Bit would be the guy. But at the moment, with what we've seen from Rops, tough to compete. He gets that clean headshot out of Pit. We get a glimpse of what Bit can offer. We'll see what more comes his way. But ZywOo, prepared for the banana play. Finds Alexi B down, and Makaze's been operating with a low health Alexi. Right now,
this is a huge lead here for Flamesy. He'll find the timing. He wants the duel. It might be the easiest way out is just to fight, and Rops is putting pressure as well, adding a little tension, but he also can call for Flamesy that this player's moved back to the site. This leaves a huge gap. Imma's coming in slowly from the B site right now. Wonderful knows he could be up for a sequence. He's in a great spot to really solidify this round.
This could be that moment he's truly called on as they group up in front of this scope. What sort of a hold? Nothing in the face of Flamesy. Instant headshot into the pit. Bit's gonna have to lean on a what's now unlikely hold out of Emes, so it's gotta be him. Beautiful double. Robs has got the return with the Galil of all things.
The spin arounds are just ridiculous right now. They're getting every hard kill.
This is Robs on 13 frags.
Molly does nothing.
Responsible with the bomb plant. Makaze's underhanded flash hits the edge of the wall.
Yeah, he's fumbling. This is the next second smoke. How's he gonna get through this safely? No chance.
You got the two best performing players for each team alive in this Makaze versus Robs fight. Apex, just a wallflower in this hold, but he'll get himself onto the bomb site, and as that bomb hits the halfway point, where Makaze's health bar also sits.
They didn't even let Wonderful shoot. Flamesy instantly kills him. Every single player that shows up on someone else's screen is either dying or getting the kill in the first frame. It's so insane, the accuracy from so many players right now.
It's Counter-Strike deserving of a grand finals.
Even that, he manages to get more damage. Bro. And this is Wonderful, by the way. He's sharp and he's fast.
Good double by Robs, who seems incredibly locked in. I mean, we saw it early on. We saw a glimpse of it with that 3K he offers through the pop-up in Underpass. And there are no doubts around Robs, right? Just historically, we talk about this Vitality. We're talking about ZywOo propped up by Robs. Robs the key, unlocked all the potential. Flamesy stole the show this week with his individual level throughout Rotterdam. But it looks like Robs wants some of that attention. Wonderful blinded by the flashbangs, gonna get gunned down by the freed up movement of Flamesy. Mac 10 perfect for that kind of a pounce. Man advantage secured at a minute 15, and that's gonna put pressure on Bit, especially now that he's lost his support over towards the arch side as well.
They'll happily go 1 for 1.
We'll see what kind of tempo Vitality want to play with, but for the time being, they stall. Stepping closer, Bit opts to just play out in the open, and toying with that corner is Robs.
Keep loving early duel. They're just trying to hold him in place. There's no more rotators coming over. No flank in for Makaze just yet. He's waiting for them to come back. But this just weakens both sides. You can see the fog of war right now for Na'Vi. They're confused. And they're about to get desperate.
And for the time being, a bit timid, not looking to push the limits just yet. Sitting over towards B. Sitting on the brink of arch side. Who goes first? It's the push-off short that activates.
Now
it's a light pinch from both sides. Balcony player not activating in that moment. It's Makaze to make the move. Strikes one down. Bit secures a kill as well. And goes back in for seconds. You gave Na'Vi enough time. Apex activates late with no bomb possession. 15 seconds. Unlikely that he gets anything else. And so in Vitality's hesitation comes Na'Vi's activation.
The only thing that could have gone wrong here is Makaze overplaying that hand. He was
and
at the...
see ya.
A little salt in the wound to bring the game within 1. But Makaze could have sped up that flank if he wanted to.
Starts with the 5v4 on top of it.
That's actually incredible mid-round out of Na'Vi for the players they had, for how little they could see.
Right.
And they even split up. They didn't even do a double reclear and try to frag out. Put a little pressure on Arch, put a little pressure on lane, didn't get opt, didn't pull Makaze too quickly, even though it probably felt like he needed to help somebody. Make sure that it wasn't B and then go for the flank.
Vitality look to come knocking towards A again. For the time being, nobody up in apartments. Trying to just get this off the line, but Wonderful confident versus an Apex just chucking out flashbangs for a round that there's little to work with, and you've already got the one rifle down to half health. Looks like Na'Vi have queued up a tied half. Looks like. We'll see what kind of X factor Vitality tap into. They fought hard for this lead. but it may fizzle out in the final round of the half. Bit there to trade, Robs does respond. Alexi's rifle collects, and as the last two pieces try to press into the bomb site, they attack from both sides, and that's a ZywOo that survives on only 7 HP. Now the guns can be grabbed.
Yeah.
Now your bomb has been planted, and there's still some timing until Na'Vi are ready for this retake.
Flamesy's in a key spot. 6 and 10 right now, but having the tournament of his life all the same.
Wonderful draws attention by throwing out utility first, but the majority of the nades still rest on Makaze's belt. Can he blindside in any way? He will flush Flamesy out. We've got a fair duel just over the lip of the balcony. Wonderful's been tagged low by ZywOo in the meantime, and so a desperate act to close out and a nade with his name on it. Flamesy tapping into the potential we know he has. The lead maintained. The world's #1, a 7-round T-side.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
That was a vicious first half of Counter-Strike with some of the individual moments we got. Rops ends the half 16 kills deep. And 2 rounds, Mohan, the edge as they secure that last one changing over.
It's somehow barely elite. It feels like either of these teams playing at this level could have had a 10-2 half versus anybody else at this event so far. It's unbelievable, some of the rounds we've already gotten.
Makaze kept up his end of the bargain, solid in the opening kills. It's a Vitality 7-round half, but only 4 successful opening duels throughout those rounds. So recovering time and time again goes to show Na'Vi have been here to fight you at first contact.
The great stat for Na'Vi is they kept pulling out all those opening kills still. But for Vitality, they actually kept up on utility damage from their T side. You better believe that they're gonna dominate now that we switch over. Na'Vi have to do a lot more to respond.
This B-site looking prime for the taking as far as Mikaze is concerned.
Yeah, you don't even have them pressed up on brackets for that mid retake, so this will slow down rotations considerably. Messi's kit could come into play.
And no movement, huh? Nobody offering up info, nobody offering up a duel.
Probably gonna wait, maybe Bit gets vision before they, you know, make this snap or full commitment. I mean, they have the right read.
The room's tense.
There's still time to play with. I mean, they're sending Bit out here. Really time this HE.
Hangs on to it and chucks it out off the flash. It's only Emet to take damage off that. One wander. Oh!
He turned
nasty. He's got another fight at hand, but that one Flamesy's gonna pick up instead. Bomb gets planted while we watch the duels go down towards the bracket. All that decides is how quickly Vitality can start to try and compromise this banana flank.
We see it's 3v2 right now. Lexi can turn around and try to help.
It's Mezzi playing with the kit, the smoke, and the incendiary. Flamesy trying to get that util towards the bomb site. And right now, Navi decides to just swing into the duel. Mezzi here is suddenly flushed out as E-Man Wonderful take control of Banana. It opens the door for the other side to push, but there is nothing for Vitality to stand on in the retake. A desperate act from Apex, a wonderful bit of cover. And with that, Navi will take the second pistol.
It's excellently called here from Alexi. It's perfectly played in the post plant with the triple peek down Banana. They dealt with the two players coming in. They didn't play scared. It was just annoying enough to kill that clock a little bit, get a kill, and throw things into disarray before the retake even began. You're trying to keep as high numbers possible for a retake, even if you're even with the other team, because there's only so many spots that they can play. Apex going to use his brain for this one.
We've seen multiple rounds get pulled out of the hat with buys similar to this, like the one Vitality's standing on. Ooh, but Apex, no way, decides to push through.
Damn, it's actually because he chipped him first, so that headshot is an instant kill, and he's going to go back to another little bit of utility.
Yeah, why not, right? Tools for the job here by Apex.
This would be the masterful sequence of delaying if he can do this alone, because right now he's telling nobody to come over. And if they don't think he's going to be cycling grenades here, they've got another thing coming. A couple more HEs to work with as well. But those two come his way.
Dunked on. Finishing off, Apex opening up the B site. They don't know it, but they're about to find out. Vitality were banking on Apex to do a little bit more, but there's still some tools to work with here. The double MP9 retake.
There's the plant.
Frag grenade onto the planter. 40 damage for Alexi to have to handle. That's fine by him. As the smoke on the CT cross nears the halfway point, the other two Vitality players are still inbound. Feels like Vitality sense that they've got a chance at still making this retake happen.
What's ZywOo thinking about right now? He's already cleared out all the oranges.
They're giving him a bit of space to work with. ZywOo feels like he's on the brink of the retake. That's that low health from Alexi. 3 kills! Falls on Emet's shoulders. Vitality tests the waters and come up with not another death.
That's an incredible retake. It's unbelievable. They actually pull out the defuse. They only lose a single player. ZywOo came in early, cleared out first and second oranges, didn't see anything, snuck up the wall, took his fight towards pool, and also hit from quad in the same breath.
Even though Apex wasn't a part of that retake, I think he did a lot for the retake setup in that. Utility still sitting there for ZywOo to grab as he approaches.
Yeah, he did an extra, he alley-ooped himself. He killed Alexi after the plant inside a pool after nading him.
And Alexi
there's
dying.
more util damage. I'm telling you, that's going to keep piling on.
Vitality's nades have been superb, but here's a faster move from Navi trying to play with pace. ZywOo activates, cuts off the other side of it, and now you've got Mezzi up into the bomb site, hanging on, and Bit recovering with one back the other way. ZywOo's tagged down to 7. Bomb got dropped in the middle of all that, and Apex's grenade could be lethal.
We got Imma doing a different move. If someone comes to re-clear the halls, he's going out towards alt. So this actually opens up a new way to find this frag. This is kind of a ridiculous move from Imma. He's going to see Flamesy.
Catches him off guard, takes him down to 40.
That was the play.
That could have been the one. Bit would have recovered the bomb. Hell, they could have even ran that back down middle. ZywOo's going to figure out where Bit got off to, so definitely a world where Na'Vi hang on to the decision to flank out through apartments. But you don't get many shots with Flamesy in current form.
It's possible Na'Vi just didn't convert enough good positions. Again, they have to play perfect. They could get away with this versus other teams, have some good stats going their way, but not converting those rounds. They're trying to compete with a task speed run right now.
It's now that Na'Vi will have to bend at the knee.
Yeah, watch the rich get richer. Still impressive how they generate these fights, though. Yeah, another opening here for Na'Vi. Rob's a little too nervous to just go and reach for that gun. But he has it, the molly in mid. Now, if they're gonna set up like this, there's no window flash to pop through the smoke and run down B. This can be a pseudo tack pause for Na'Vi, even though they have enough players. They've either got to hit one more insane deagle shot or...
Thing is, with the game that we've had so far, one more insane deagle shot doesn't feel like too much of an ask.
And you can see they're really playing to win, though. They still leave Bit at mid. They're not just going to group up and try to explode. But time is hemorrhaging now. They're going to go into their final commitment in a second.
Rob's given a shooting gallery. That really sucks the life out of Na'Vi's hopes of making these pistols work. An M4 for Bit, no Kevlar, and a grenade that could have set up Mezzy, but he's not going to rush it. He's not going to force the issue. He's going to let them come to him and just clean up for double digits.
Yeah, it's a very classy hold here for Rops. Nothing fancy, just making it happen. They are flat out dominating on openers, though. But that's just going to buff the Vitality 4v5 win stat.
Ooh, yay, something else to praise Vitality for. When does it end? As far as they're concerned, never.
Mentally, there can become this moment where you kind of feel that you're just a part of another team's history. You know, for a bit, especially in 2025, there were lots of challenging grand finals for Vitality. Falcons challenged them, Mouse challenged them. They were even beaten by G2 back at London. But again, somehow they're actually better than that now. They didn't get tired, they got better. The gap has only widened. And it compounds because the confidence drops for everyone else. Before, you don't know you're in an era. You think you can win.
Right.
You think you can actually stop it. And now you kind of believe, like you can see the fate happening to you.
I think that's why Vitality being absent in Stockholm and allowing Na'Vi to touch a trophy. You know, that could be one of the driving factors in Na'Vi's newfound confidence. They've referenced it.
And I think no matter what happens for Na'Vi, they have validated that performance with this run. All the wins they've taken here, and they're, like, I'm going to say it flat out, they're playing their best CS, better than they did in Copenhagen, better than they did last year.
And guess what?
It's still not good enough.
Not when Robs is sitting pretty, 21 kills deep. We've had a lot of talk about ZywOo being in godlike form, Flamesy contending with #1 on Vitality here in Rotterdam. Robs kind of goes under the radar until it's time to deliver, and so far he has. After Na'Vi having to take a knee and now bounce back with rifles, we have expectations for this round, but we've gotten down to the 30-second mark.
And they kind of starved them for attention over on B. They gave up Car. They're playing 2-3 to sites. I think this is suspicious to Na'Vi, but for all the wrong reasons.
Smokes go over top, and ZywOo sees them fall down upon him. There's a Molotov for Wonderful as well that could technically get somebody out of pit, but instead ZywOo will find the first dry duel over towards Arch. Short put. It catches him by surprise, but he still holds his nerve. Put to rest by Bit, and Rops will do the rest.
Oh, it's filthy, man. It's disgusting here from ZywOo again. Showing off with every gun.
He's glowing this year.
Man, I mean, Vitality bring almost nothing special into this round. They kill the clock by just not pushing anything, but this is actually a moment where Na'Vi had car control. They could have made that a full B exec and probably had a better chance at winning. Instead, they ran into this monster.
How's that not enough? Emek gets the headshot.
They didn't even need that.
And now to secure a 12th for a game that felt like we were gonna have a real bit of competition. Second half has just been non-stop from Vitality.
Nades following them. That util damage still adding up. Oof.
Putting it on thick for Flamesy to just round the corner. Apex gonna have to hold off this, what should be follow through, but never mind. Na'Vi have to wait for the fire to burn out, and Apex, feeling a bit confident, decides to take that duel on his
More
terms.
util damage.
But that nade could have been much worse. Flames to prevent the plant. ZywOo will take up position. And Mezzy waits for a potential climb over top, but there's nothing there. Rops will take his sweet time, clearing out ult. As Na'Vi will find positioning here within the bomb site, but what else do they have to work with?
They see Bits alive, so he's really coming in slowly. So it'll be the two most careful players going head-to-head in a second. Distinct disadvantage here for Bit. Lower on health, only a Tech 9.
There goes the fire to clear Little Pit. Smoke grenade as well to maybe block vision. ZywOo scopes up, and they all lean to the left side of the site. Mezzy's the guy to collect the two. And then Robs wants to try to pounce on this, but the bomb's added pressure. Oh, okay. What is Robs?
I don't even know what just had. Did he think he just got the kill?
I'll tell you what, he's got the clutch.
Is this Robs or Muhammad Ali? He's just pretending to fight?
Giving Emeth false hope. What was that?
I don't even know.
Why'd he stop shooting?
He thought he got the instant headshot or something? I have no idea. And, but how does he stop shooting and still get the kill?
What was that? Yo, somebody reset the robot because...
I got no clue, bro.
You see, guys? This is your fucking boss!
Galil.
Yeah, that helps it make more sense, I guess. I don't know, they're just excited to win. Finally we see a glitch at least, so we know that he's not human.
No, that's the proof of the pudding.
That's his 24th kill in a 24-11 game.
Keeps the pressure on in apartments. They're gonna try to push through the middle. Yeah, unstoppable, immovable. Happy to just sign up for these fights one after another. Man advantage for Vitality to try to close out. Na'Vi had all the guns in the world, but Mezzy, well, he's gonna go down empty-handed. And that reopens the possibility that this T-side's got a little more to give. But there's just already been so little from Na'Vi on this attack.
Question is, who's surrounded? Apex is alone for now with this Moto smoke still fresh, but Arch is cleared.
Flamesy giving himself a little room to work with. Flashbang as well to try to interrupt this follow-through as Apex goes silent in the backside. He pops up, gets damaged, and Makaze there to clear fully.
It would have to be another 1-on-2 for ZywOo to close this game.
Doesn't feel impossible, does it?
Yeah, I mean, they can't refresh the smoke. Now they do have info on where he is. Taking a lot of time to plant, however.
That'll open it up. Makaze just... You kind of force him to sign up for the duel, and I think Makaze would rather that. Let's keep it simple. Headshots roll through, Makaze triple kill. Another instance of Makaze's ability to push Vitality's limits.
Robs almost closes the situation again. under pressure for Mikaze. And I think Rops is the only player who can put his AK on burst. A 5-round game to make a comeback here for Na'Vi. It's not gambling if you always win.
Well, it's going to be a hell of a journey if victory is still within Na'Vi's grasp.
Seven rounds for the game that Na'Vi have had so far. But you know what, man? We could talk about how good the individuals are on Na'Vi, the opening kills that they've gotten, and Vitality have all the highlights. They're top performers at the top of the board. But if you look at that utility damage again, Vitality are now dominating on utility damage. They basically were on par or beat them in the first half from their T side, which is just so ridiculous to think about on a map like Inferno. So it goes to show they're not only the team with the best individuals, but the best team. Flat out.
"26 kills, Launders. 26 kills on Robs. I didn't see it coming. Shame on me for forgetting about Robs and the impact that he's offered in this run of events for Vitality.
He's the Budapest MVP.
I was like, wait, what? To think anybody could steal a ZywOo MVP.
Yeah, that might be flamesy this tournament.
Yo, look at this place. Rotterdam, you turned up tonight. And we're still early days in this best of 5, but there's plenty of time for us to get rowdy. I don't know, I feel like the Na'Vi fans have gotten a little quiet.
Everyone was loving him yesterday. There they are.
No, there they are. It's a quick PC restart here for ZywOo.
Probably the most iconic organ Counter-Strike history. Majors in both games. So many iterations of this lineup have had everything from unbelievable prospects to legends. Vitality in the grand scheme of things are kind of newer, but in terms of when they've come in and having ZywOo as their franchise player all these years, for 7 years now, they won a tournament every single time. They've got better as time has gone on. They built a team that they can believe in and have stuck together all the same. And they enter that venerated hall of the few teams that have put together a period, an era in the game's history.
It's undeniable now. But Apex has come out and said it himself, you know, this won't last forever. The thing is, nobody knows how long it will be here. And so what a treat it is to be sat in the Ahoy Arena in front of one of the best teams to ever do it.
Every day it gets harder to just, not flat out say they are.
I look forward to the day that we can just say it with full confidence, and, well, that's on them.
I mean, yeah, that happens this year, whether you're on the fence or not. But you even have Blade say it. Blade said it already, flat out. What was the map stat they're challenging Na'Vi on?
If Vitality wins this first map at the best of 5, they will have the second longest map win streak at big events, only barring the NIP Legends. They tied Na'Vi with their 2-0 yesterday, and all of that, by the way, could have been thrown out the window by the Mongols over in the group stage. So Vitality have kind of played with their food, but every day we look at the records and just try to find a way for Vitality to wiggle in.
I mean, even the other stat, they have 12 rounds right now. If this goes to overtime, they don't lose overtimes. They haven't lost a map in forever.
Beyond 40 days.
Every 4K in this match, we're gonna have to take you to the hospital.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. We start this best of 5 bright and early. Why do I feel like we could just start the game now without ZywOo's mouse working and they could still close it?
Yeah, right. Props might still get a 3K.
ZywOo back in the server, rebuying and ready to try to close out. Na'Vi have earned this off the Mikaze close in the last round. Kept it simple, found his headshots, got a 7th round, and a little wiggle room.
All right, Rotterdam, let's get back into it. Blade's got something to say before we begin. It's a 5-round game. They have to make the comeback, break into overtime, break the map streak, and break the overtime streak all at the same time here in Grand Finals.
It's a hell of an ask within this map alone, but it was going to be a hell of an ask to even go up versus Vitality in this best of 5. Na'Vi have got nowhere else to be.
Let's see if they can make this interesting.
Five rounds.
26-12 with 5 rounds of regulation to spare. And I mean, I think ZywOo's even matched him on highlights.
Quick challenge into Banana. Ooh, nade again, dude. I can't wait to see the numbers on the util damage.
They know exactly how to pull back. That was a real strong offensive here from Na'Vi. They tried to press up for far car control. They've been sourcing those instant first kills, but now it's Vitality to instantly win back banana control. They see all the way down as well. They'll start to move over. This one comes towards ZywOo.
Trying to scramble that defense over. Mezzi has made it to Arch in time.
They're starting to sense the danger.
Yeah, it's the threat of all of these Vitality players that just makes you want to make sure every little detail's in place before you go for that commitment. But in that temporary pause is where Mezzi finds Sanctuary, crossed over to the corner, able to jump into the bomb site if pressure comes his way. But at 50 seconds, Na'Vi still have options. That smoke meeting them on Banana makes things scary, though.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job of bleeding this clock dry. Late smoke, they gotta disrespect this. They're coming through it.
FlameZ collects first kill for Vitality in the potential closing round. Apex with the smoke spam, applying that pressure to Na'Vi and forcing them to have somebody to bail them out again. Who's it gonna be? Alexi B on the smoke, sees the push come through, and as the gun goes empty, Mezzi's gonna finish him off. Wonderful's already down to 20 health, and as he leans into the back of the site, it feels like the walls are closing in on Na'Vi, who had a hell of a challenge back in the first half, but have never been able to find their groove throughout this T side. It was a pistol, it was the last round, but those could be the only two. Retakes enabled, bit back turn to him, he's done enough. Wonderful's got the setup, but it's ZywOo to make the difference, to find the close, and to secure the first map of this best of 5. That's why we make sure his peripherals ready to get rip-roaring. Vitality take their map pick. It's an Anubis choice of Na'Vi up next, where they hope to extend this series. But extending this series could be just extending the inevitable, because the individual level of Vitality today will be difficult to contend with.
That's another energetic finish here for Vitality. It's the scoreline you could have pictured on Inferno before this one began. but it's impressive nevertheless.
All right, there was only one man we need to speak to after that performance. Just phenomenal, a killing machine. Rops, you dropped 27 kills, a statement performance from you on map 1 here. You are thriving.
So far, so good.
You're just completely in the zone? How are you feeling?
I think I just had good timings, good peaks. I think everything was going my way. You know, that's the usual. Sometimes it's the opposite. Today not so much yet. We'll see.
Your map winning streak continues, it feels like, forever since you've dropped one. Why won't Anubis be the first one for a long time?
What's that again?
Why won't Anubis be the first map that you drop for a long time?
I mean, why is it going to be? I don't think it's going to be, but you know, we're in a hot streak, and we don't really think about it. Obviously, we have people talk about it, but it was the same with the match streak last year. We had like 30 match streak, and now we're in a map streak, but we're kind of used to it at this point, so it's like another day in the office.
Looking forward to seeing you in the next map. Good luck.
Thank you.
For Rops, and I'm sure the rest of Vitality, it's all just noise at this point. When we talk about how many days they've gone without dropping a map, how many lands they've gone without dropping a series, it feels like it's constantly just adding on to themselves here. And it's no different in this grand finals. The way that they open up and the way that they're able to stay strong throughout this whole map.
After a while, it has to just get a little tiring to say every day is a new streak. I feel like Capri's probably been on the winning end of that in the past, too.
Yeah, I have, and you know, just the fact that Robs puts it out there, it's just the usual, you know, I'm dropping 27 kills, you know, I'm just getting good peaks, everything feels great, you know. It's a Vitality that is just playing out their minds, but at the same time also just Navi making too many mistakes to make it even possible to beat them.
Well, look, maybe on the stage, the energy wasn't so much there from Rops. That's because he knows the job isn't done, but that doesn't mean they're not celebrating each and every round that it feels like the odds are stacked up against them.
Twice. T1, I think. New box is blind. And ruin the
CT. I'm on CT.
No, nice. That's 2v2. Take the bomb. Ruins close, CT close.
Yeah, I have.
No.
I'm playing ruins.
Tu es caché, ça peut venir spawn. Good way taken. With that. Nice! Take him out to sick round, boys!
Nice,
Beautiful, guys. Nice round. We take our time.
Well, maybe with more insight there, Rops actually is just cool all the time. The rest of the team was popping off for his clutch.
Well, one thing that Vitality exemplify in that clip is what they've called in the past eyes in the sky, where players that are dead are able to just chime in with little tidbits of information so that the guys that are still alive in the server can do what they do best, and that's just focus on their crosshair.
Yeah, eyes in the sky is a term that I've been working with, that we've had for a long time in Vitality as well, that it's all about making sure that you make your players that's inside the situation as comfortable as possible, just having that overview when you're dead. It's something that a lot of Counter-Strike players has picked up now because it is so important as well. We even said in the agreement watching his room and think it's going to be over, like Navi's going to go up 3-1 this one. But then Saiwu turned on, right? You know, and Saiwu just finding these kills out of nowhere to put himself and Robs inside this situation. And they just played out perfectly. I mean, it's not because of the communication, but it's also sloppy clear from Navi. Whenever he goes into church, he doesn't clear like the close corner. It's just not good enough. Let's be honest. I mean, I want Navi to be a lot more thorough with what they're doing and exactly in those situations, because if you can't win the after-plan situation like that, then you're just not going to be winning.
And that's a little bit different, I guess, to what we're seeing for Vitality. Whilst there are rounds that maybe they falter, it isn't as clean tactically as what we're used to from Vitality, there's also an element of just how quick they are to change that and fix it for themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there was a clear game plan from Navi that they really wanted to try and get the first pick, specifically with try and put Wonderful Banana. He got 1 kill here, he also gets a kill later in this game. I think they wanted to go out and really prove that they want to fight for this space, but if you can put your guy out here and get that kill, and then at the same time have your guys working on the opposite side, it seems like to me that Vitality is being a little bit too aggressive here, because they're trying to fight for Banana, but at the same time they're working up mid, trying to get, you know, these kind of frags. You see Epic's pushing through the smoke as well, trying to, you know, come up with that whole thing that the team couldn't get working for them. X has actually pulled out a timeout right off this one, because I don't necessarily think that the game plan from Vitality is wrong, but it's more about the pacing that was incorrect, because they were searching way too fast onto the bomb side whenever they realized the Wonderful were there. Like, they didn't take their time finding the duels, and for Vitality to go for that type of gameplay, it's gotta be in the preparation that they know that they want to put Wonderful on Banana, because if you put your AWPer there and you go opposite, you will have more fair duels. So I think it was a good timeout for Exit to just slow things down a little bit.
I would say that in general, teams at this event and kind of in recent history on Inferno have just been incredibly quick. They're pressuring all the time through the smokes at Banana, because if you just respect every single piece of utility, you're going to burn practically the whole clock there. So obviously, after Xtaz gets on the mic, they go on to win practically the rest of the game at that point. They drop 2 rounds, I think it is, after that. So a very necessary tactical intervention.
And there's one specific round right towards the end, around number 12 of that first half, that it feels like another one that Vitality had no right in winning.
I'm gonna push.
You ready?
Click.
Yes.
Boom.
Colin, 19 pits.
Heading.
I'm blind.
Nice.
Shocks.
One more shot. One more. Two more. Two more.
Shocks.
Box low. 2 guys. Stop. One more. Pull up. One level.
Level.
Take level. Pick on me.
Nice girl. Nice boys. Nice plan. Exactly. Guys, when we do stuff together, I promise it's perfect. I promise you play good, guys. But we just need to step up on that, okay?
I promise you it's perfect. I mean, you could not have more of a perfect round than winning a 4v5 in your favor, with ZywOo towards the end only being on 7 health.
It's just when Vitality are clicking like that, when they're playing off of each other, it's the most beautiful Counter-Strike that I've seen since Prime Astralis. It's just people are looking out for each other. They're recognizing who's in the power position, who needs to make the next play, and they also are always so aware of when their opponents feel like they need to do a little bit extra. So they're always ready to punish.
And not to forget, this was another 4v5 that they managed to convert. I think I'd rather want to focus on Na'Vi, because sure, what Vitality did here by winning it out was good, but I'm more in on Na'Vi because they have a guy in pit. They have a guy swinging out from boxes as well. But it like they're too committed to the duel. Like they wouldn't just, take one fight, step back, take one fight, step back. Look at what Paravision would have done. Like, okay, I had to bring them out right. But the thing is, like, they're too committed to the duels. And that just doesn't, like, if they don't get the kill from the get-go, they need to fall back.
Yeah.
It's like they had the perfect crossfire, but they didn't use it at all. Like they would swing on different timings. It's just, you're not gonna win if you're gonna pull this one off.
And it continues to manifest itself a little bit more throughout that, because that's the end of the first half. And so you think you then have that period to think a little bit more, right? Have a bit more of a conversation and look at what was going wrong, even though it isn't that much time for themselves. But when we see it, they win pistols, and then specifically on round 14, we're questioning why aren't they able to convert after winning pistol round 2?
I was just looking this round and I was thinking that at this point they should probably just be saving, because they have no utility. Now we have like the prime positions. They're talked behind new box. They're talked in dark corner. It doesn't even look like Navi, like Vitality has a chance in this one. But all of a sudden they decide to go for this flashbang clear just to get a bit of information. They fall back and they just, from one point to another, they just get all 4 frags raining at them. They're fighting and fighting and fighting instead of relying on... I do think they actually try and fight on the crossfires, but it just seems like they're waiting too long. Like they're waiting a bit too long. They should have swung a little bit earlier, try, as a team to coordinate their attack. And you're just not going to be winning a series against Vitality if you cannot win a 4v4 after playing like this.
The way that they decided to go in through CT, or at least go for the flash clear on the close right angle before the smoke fades, and then after the smoke fades, then everybody collapses on the bomb site, though, to me also just shows how well rehearsed this kind of play is from Vitality. They know they don't want to dive in. If Vitality, or if ZywOo, for example, swings all the way in from Coffins there, he might give up the equal situation, but because he just kind of goes for that little peek, it means it's one less angle for them to clear, and then they can just focus on all of the lesser or more important angles from that point on.
We saw Robs up on stage, and it felt like he was very blasé, very casual about his performance of what he had for the first map in Inferno. But I also want to give you guys a chance to hype him up, because we had our moment. We really talked up ZywOo, Flamesy, rightfully so, but to see Robs bring a whole nother level here, it's only time that we get to talk about it.
Robs just changes the way that you get to call Counter-Strike if you're Apex. The fact that he always holds on to position on his side of the map, the fact that he also is such a difficulty to handle when you're in those anchor spots because you don't know when he's going to strike, when he's going to be playing farther back. And when you do, he's usually taking an advantageous fight for himself. He always finds a way to construct a situation such that he is the 70-30 favorite in almost every duel presented.
He's incredible at just picking the fights that he wants. And even though that Robs has had a little bit of a cooldown compared to what Flames is now showing, he's just always someone you can rely on. It's so rare to see Robs just have like a blunder and just not perform throughout a series like this. He always finds his openings. He will try and go out and do what's best for himself. And that's also why he's such a good lurker, such a good guy of creating space on the extremities. And it's just, when you don't have a guy like maybe Saiwu or Flamesy putting up the numbers, then you will just have Robs. And now the next map coming in, you might see Robs take a bigger step down, but the other one's just going to step up. And that's what makes a great Counter-Strike team.
Let's actually talk about that next map, right? Because Makaze, in his pre-series talk with me, he said, yeah, we feel like there's a chance we're going to be able to take Inferno off of them. It was close beforehand. We made little mistakes. Unfortunately, some of those mistakes still reared their ugly heads for that map. And now they're going to their map pick, right? Anubis showing itself so early as well in the map video here, Dupree.
Yeah, I actually like this approach very much because in another world, we could have seen Na'Vi maybe going for Mirage because it's a map they also just feel very comfortable around. But I think the fact that they don't get to play Ancient, they needed to try something a little bit different. And I really love the fact that they go for Anubis as their first pick in this series. Mainly because we haven't seen Vitality. We haven't seen... We'll just react to this one right here. If there's any question about what I feel about Vitality, you have it on your pictures right there. Just a small context. Apex was the one calling me out first, and it's just friendly banter.
Yeah, definitely friends, definitely friends there.
But the whole thing about picking up Anubis as the first one, I really love that. The fact Vitality has had that map in the series 8 out of 12 times they've played a best of 5, but they never really gotten to it because it's usually so late in the map, where it usually is the 5th or the 4th or the 5th. Now it's actually Na'Vi picking it against Vitality, and they have a record of 100%, but they've only played it 3 times. And Na'Vi has played it against Aurora twice, and if you want to play Anubis against Aurora, then you got to be feeling just a little bit confident in that map pick. So I think this is an ace up their sleeve. If there's any chance for Na'Vi to come back in this series, it's because of Anubis.
We're going to see just how confident a lot of people maybe at home are, because over on Polymarket, there are a couple of predictions going out there on exactly who's going to be taking this grand finals. I mean, in a way, it's 50-50, but the prediction isn't really that, right? 89% in favor of Vitality there, even with Anubis showing up a little bit earlier than Maui.
That's pretty brutal. I mean, even though I definitely feel like there's a couple opportunities for Na'Vi to make Anubis interesting for themselves, like how Bit's able to play on the A side, I think the percentages make a lot of sense here. Vitality are indeed the heavy favorites.
Well, I was hoping maybe you could give me a little bit more oomph, maybe make it swing a bit more to a 13% prediction out there for Na'Vi, but it's also best that Na'Vi just do the talking for us, do the convincing in the server, because they're coming up to their map pick. It's going to be Anubis just after this break.
Springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you in back.
Look at him.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my God, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Zaru secures it. A triple kill out of Monsieur Elbow, and now we've never had a trumpet. Outstanding.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubbers meet in the road a little bit. They're good.
speak on my life. I've been here for a million years, I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve, can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next, right now they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break.
Anubis is where Na'Vi try to pull this one back, but after the individual levels we got out of a Vitality over on Inferno, surely they feel the bruising that could start to sink in to their confidence tonight.
I mean, it feels like Na'Vi had a chance to play Inferno, to show us what they could do on it when they played against Perry, and we obviously saw a very interesting match, ups and downs, but they don't pick it up in this series. Some would say it would be crucial. Obviously, any map they can't look past.
No waste of time to get into the E-box, but Emed takes his duel towards Long, dodges that threat. Oh, it's not the cleanest from Alexi, but he gets his kill in the end. Gun goes dry, and so Bit needs to attempt this. 1v2, doesn't want to drop, it would make the audio, and then they'd know damn well where he's up to.
I'd like to say, just before we get started, that Flamesy and Zywoo were going head-to-head in this MVP race. Anubis for Flamesy absolutely could be a map where he stands out.
Bit's fine-tuned arrivals, taking time, and no kit on the play. Walks out into the site, finds Flamesy's head first. You've got Mezzy pinned into the corner. He gives himself util to swing with. Bit's gun's empty, reload's good. Time, though, always on Vitality's side, and Mezzy makes sure to send a message. 8 health he survives with, and a Vitality pistol for the T-side kickoff.
That was a very fine effort from Bit. Nice try in the 1-on-2. Some decent shots getting hit, but not enough ammo there to make that happen.
Very sudden burst play in through E-box. That third layer of Alexi B in the back of platform, though, that's the position that could have had 2 kills on the bomb site, backs turned. That's where maybe the pistol could have been wrapped up for Na'Vi. But we've already learned in this game, you can't miss those moments. Mechanical skills demanded of you. Mezzy is able to hold back that push as they try to get an aggressive split going. Na'Vi pushing off of a bomb site to try to get active, trying to force a fight v Vitality. And ultimately, it leads to an Alexi 1v5.
I like the sounds of that.
Well,
okay, we're 2 kills into it. With the gun upgrade and no bomb planted just yet. Obviously, that's what we're thinking about, but in his mind, this Khalil, the couple of grenades they got, I mean, how do you turn that down? Anubis is a map we see sort of less and less of, it feels like. I mean, that's also what's great about the best of 5s. But I wonder if there was a part of Na'Vi yesterday when they played Inferno that it was like, it was a tester. You know, they know they have to play it the next day if they win. If they're playing to win the event, then they would try to bring it out. But just a list of things that Vitality have going for them, whether it's map pool or individuals or utility or communication. I mean, even all their haircuts are really good right now.
I think what's exciting is Dust 2 waits in the wings, and we haven't gotten to see Vitality play it so far this event. Imagine that, getting to a grand finals, not playing your best map at all. Chance to pull it out and to end this series on it. Fresh keyboard for ZywOo.
There you go, sir. Your map 2 keyboard.
And I'll say, like a real professional, had a second one on hand ready to go. Swap it out, get him in, quick pit stop. We'll get right back in. You know, we saw good efforts from Na'Vi in their last single rifle buy over on Inferno. Saw them pull that round out of the hat. So you gotta believe somewhat in their ability to do damage in this one too. But it's Bit's responsibility to get it done, and this off angle from Rops, Bit just gets slammed against the ground as he tries to go aggressive.
He covers both the flash by standing in that spot perfectly with the swing. The timing is exactly what he expected. That was just a matter of math.
That was all Na'Vi's hopes, resting on one guy, one Galil push, one duel to try and start the round, instead dead in an instant. So reality starts to sink into the back of the minds of Na'Vi. You'll have no further util. It's an irretrievable gun as well, as Vitality remain perched on top of Bit's corpse. And so we can go through the motions. Taking over middle was meant to be easy, meant to be. The 5-7 collects the first one, Emek gets his, and it's Mezzi to take his time with that 35 bullet magazine. Opens up the A site for the taking. And Makaze. High expectations for the newest piece of Na'Vi in this grand finals just because of the precedent he has been setting on the stage in recent months.
And did great on Inferno because he got a lot of the openers. It was mostly like those, you know, later in the rounds, there's a lot of clutches that went the way of Vitality. There was a lot of just multi-kills in the middle of rounds that went the way of Vitality. They had a good 4v5 win percentage last map, but Makaze, in terms of his role, what he was doing, he was putting up his end of the bargain.
Flash doesn't bother Robs.
That's just perfect, yeah.
Just like that. So first gun rounds on Na'Vi's map pick. Let Inferno be nothing but a foregone conclusion. Fixate now, Na'Vi. Making a competition of this best of 5. Flamesy taking over the mid play, just showing some confidence in the face of utility and always confident with a teammate right behind you. Na'Vi pressing a bit against Long with an exchange of smoke grenades. We'll see how confident Rops is. Whether he tries to test the waters. Opper on the angle. Not an opening kill, unfortunately, here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, but it's a bit of info on the op. That shot comes out. Wonderful, you know, desperately going to want to make himself useful. He can stick up an E-box, though, and still be good for the whole round. He doesn't have to move a lot.
They've let the space be taken over, though. That's the problem for Wonderful. Forced to retreat into platform. Flamesy be on camera is a real test, potentially, for the split, but him getting shut down by Alexi bodes real well for Na'Vi.
Oh, that's kind of huge. They're going to try to run in on
3v5 recovery off the Mezzi opening, and now Makaze tests jail. Beautiful sequence for his 2. Just testing the waters at the opportune moment. ZywOo gets back into cover, and only has 10 seconds to work with here. Would love to make sure his flank is clear, but now that he sees this is clear, opts to just walk away from this. Na'Vi staving off the mid play. Flamesy being caught by Alexi B so that no compromise can be found in the back line of Na'Vi's B-site defense. That is what they needed, a first gun round secured by Na'Vi the moment they had their rifles.
It's a lot of space that Vitality took safely and put themselves in a spot to really get some good entries, but it's Na'Vi's awareness that ends up winning, and obviously also Makaze's push. Jumping up through this smoke and planting his teammate who dies. If he had not made this move, a plant could have absolutely gone down and things could have got out of hand, but he used the fact they had a fresh smoke on main to get in the action.
Bit left alone out of the gate just in case that mid duel comes. Ima's responsibility is the door for now. But never sticking around in middle is Na'Vi for the time being. Retreating back into the double up on A site, and that lack of presence is what allowed Flamesy to even have a chance to compromise Temple last round. Sure, Alexi holds it back, does his job well, but if that duel goes the other way, problems to be had. So Makaze, feeling the squeeze perhaps of a lack of mid-play, decides to press the perimeter of this B site, and in doing so, 5v4 to Na'Vi yet again.
Looks comfortable. They think that there's no one else besides Mezzi, and they're right about it. So they'll go for the reclear, and actually Makaze puts himself into a very interesting spot.
The amount of opening duels that Na'Vi were successfully securing on Inferno.
They're wrapping around wide.
Makaze, yeah, is gonna catch them all off. There's his triple. Shot in the back and forced to just go back into it with the sidearm, but he's done his job and then some.
Well, isn't that fantastic out of Makaze?
I love the timing on the play. Na'Vi feeling the squeeze. Lets Makaze just make his opening move. And, you know, Makaze is somebody you don't want to keep on too tight of a leash.
Yeah, just flash him in. Let the man roam. This one goes in the final seconds, and Rops can protect this op. They won't be approaching him. We can take this into the next round. This round's won because of a B defense that stayed active, and they made sure to identify Mezzi trying to hold for them. Even called out the fact that he was going to be alone. It's very hard to get your map control back on CT side. Na'Vi found a way.
Testing the economy off that one too, but saved op, you know whose hands that lands in. ZywOo to be the hero in round 6. That's the plan.
He was actually kind of holding that, eh?
There's been...
No way he's going for this pick.
Of course.
Oh, he missed, though.
How about that? And then Rops not allowed to retrieve it. Bit happy to sign up to the fight. Wants control of the AWP.
Yo!
Gets himself a triple. Pistols fall around that op, and it is a fast-moving Na'Vi in response to what was a rapid entry attempt out of Vitality. ZywOo straight into the duel, and it feels like that duel has been cooking. Constantly Bit just trying to get that util off, at times taking the test to Rop, so it makes sense to throw the op in that direction.
That op was totally cursed. It didn't hit a single shot this round. ZywOo misses a shot last round, misses a shot on this one as well, and completely changes the outcome of this rush, ultimately. Could be the frag, and then pushing towards main with CTs chasing behind them instead. They lose the kill, lose the space. Bit keeps pushing forward, and they're getting pushed from the other side of the map at the same time, so...
Bit signs up for it again. No fear in Bit's eyes when it comes to these long plays on Anubis, and again, that water push is coming. But by the time they get there, Bit's already got himself the double. Coming out of Na'Vi now, starting to smell blood in the water.
And this is taking things into your own hands. That's the same push.
Back to back.
Ima on the other side of it. And Bit, even though he used some ammo to spam, somehow still gets 2 kills. Not even any room to strafe after he takes the first fight. Just has to be incredibly sharp with it, and he is.
Vitality thought they'd find some respect given over towards this half of the map. These last 2 rounds are changing that. Clamped down on our Vitality. And in the lead go Na'Vi. It's pistols for Vitality, and this one, Tech-9's across the board. Good amount of utility as well if they want to try to get tricky. But with the tempo Na'Vi have thrown in these last couple rounds, we'll see if that confidence continues to boil over. Announcing themselves outside of the E-box, spamming fully with the Tech-9, and then off of the flash, the other players pounce. Apex good to collect the one. That's Mikaze dead early. ZywOo's found it off the Deagle. Now the Opera's under pressure. And each of these pieces for Vitality collect kills one after another. They put that squeeze immediate on the B site, waste no time, and barely waste bullets.
We talk about how fantastic that bait was. Apex using his entire magazine behind that smoke so that they would stare at it, and then they threw the flash. Set the second player in to get the kill. It's beautiful use of every facet of the game right here to make something happen, and now Bit has to come in for a clutch. That's not gonna happen. ZywOo's got enough out of this round. Guns are picked up. And that catches Vitality back up into the game.
Just like over on Inferno.
Look at this, how good this is. After all the spams, he goes and looks towards the smoke, thinks he's fine, eats the flash, and instantly gets killed.
Oh, and then on top of it, Apex, one bullet before he dies, finds the kill with it. Once you give that space to ZywOo, Deagle in hand, he'll make the most of it. It's high-level Counter-Strike.
It is.
Thing of beauty to tie this game right back up. And that's gonna put Na'Vi on notice. Think about how confident Mikaze was to watch that smoke. Suddenly you're fully blind. That's gonna make you feel like Vitality have tricks up their sleeves, because they did, and they just used it.
And we can keep pointing out moments again where just to show they're not just brawn.
But back to outside of the A site goes Rops.
Nothing they can do via these instants. Geared up for an A play. No frills on this one. There's no lurks in play. Just trying to block vision before they get into this exact, and we don't have the bit push for now.
Yeah, trying to go back to what didn't
It's actually
work.
watching his back in camera because they don't have middle at all. That might slow things down for Wonderful.
Alexi tries to take mid as this execute comes over.
Nice shot.
It's a clean one. Mezzi finds his, and he's beyond the utility, so now his teammates bank on him to continue the space creation. Rops within that space has got himself into the kill feed. Mezzi's barely alive at the moment. The retake's on. Mikaze not wasting a millisecond, but Mezzi's sidearm gets it, and Rops will find another headshot as well. So if you want to see talent, it's on full display. Vitality from top to bottom.
Man, all they need is just 1 or 2 pixels, and they get you. Headshots all around. Great moment for Mezzi. We haven't been talking about him much this match. Not needed yet.
This Deagle shot
that's great.
Sucks the life out of the retake. You saw Mikaze wanting to run down camera and get into the action, keep them flustered on the bomb site. We'll meet your maker, buddy. 1 HP there for Mezzi.
All the utility on the retake did damage too. Everything was in place to take that one. Solid call here for Vitality. Again, no frills exec towards A, and they take advantage of the fact that Na'Vi hadn't re-cleared mid yet, and they were just about to do that. So just early enough. All they needed was 1 instant smoke, and they went into that exact...
Dude, the Mezzi entry
like
frag?
2 rounds where we have them, Na'Vi pushing out to take over the entirety of Canals, and then a call out.
That last round puts Na'Vi in a shaky place with a single M4 again. We'll see what one rifle can do. Last round, ZywOo was watching the mid-hole through the bottom of stairs, and nobody actually challenged it. This time, Mikaze will take a look right as ZywOo gets into position, and the Opera's not even called on. 2 sets of eyes, and maybe the M4 can change hands, but beyond that M4, it's Desert Eagles for the B site. Last piece of utility Alexi had dropped preemptively. Ooh, he tries to line up that shot, and he finds Apex, but it's only the half health gone.
A reload's coming. Now, they're going to be aware there could be another gun in here. Obviously, they're not looking to fall for this.
They don't jump on it, so Alexi's got a fresh mag. Fire bursts around the bomb site. They feel very jumbled up.
They have the utility to zone them right now.
Stuck behind the obelisk. Apex emerges, dies, as that M4 did manage to get onto the site. It's in the right position, but Bomb is obviously not preoccupied with the thought of committing to this B play. So Bit, go ahead, collect all these kills, find yourself another rifle. You'll need it if this retake's to happen. And unfortunately, not preventing Flamesy from getting this positioning as quickly as he does means the retake all the more difficult.
Immo was 1 inch from getting away and then being able to do that peek on his own terms, but got spotted because of the haste here from Vitality. 3-on-3 retake. All from the same position, and Mezzi kind of has all of mid. This opens up more angles for Vitality to work with, and ZywOo can be confident right here. He's open to E-Box, but he's safe.
Ready to go to the repeat.
Or camera, I should say.
Ooh, why not? Collateral to close it. Oh, Navi, you thought you had a chance.
That post plant opened up that angle for him to stand there. They couldn't have been ready for it. They had all E-Box, all mid control. All camera, all mid control. Just perfection. Single scope collat.
So the one rifle buy doesn't net them too much. Not even a chance at the retake. And that's good to see Vitality kind of tiptoe their way around that looming threat of B. Obviously, Navi putting the right pieces in the place, but with no bomb inside of E-Box, it's all good. The lineup nearly happens here for Ema. He's been found out, stuck against the wall, nade with his name on it, and further utility to just drop in from above. They try to keep that pressure on his fallback. He will at least get into safety, as Alexi's here to offer grenades, and Vitality still, with so much time to play, have limitless options.
Vitality can really roam the map here. I mean, for the CT side, it's a whole different question. They've got to get active. They have been very wise in terms of where they've taken back space in moments like these. But obviously, Anubis can feel very suffocating when you're low numbers. There'll be no one to clear out in these close spots. And it feels like a bomb plant's just going to slowly come in. They build confidence. No one's shooting back right now.
Flank's coming. Yeah, Bit gets found.
Oh, that's huge.
Rox was worried about it. ZywOo also holds off on the flank where there's one, there's more. And so off to the save will go Navi. Vitality, slow squeeze, and it's been very impressive to just kind of see them take their timings, take their commitments, keep their attacks fresh, changing up the targets. I mean, Navi obviously prepped for this map, but very difficult to get a read on Vitality's consistency, I think, at the moment. By avoiding repetition, you avoid being red, and on top of that, they stay cerebral, holding off on the flank, making sure that there's no Hail Mary moment here for Navi as we get into the dying rounds of Navi's CT side.
They want to keep these guns. Oh, and they'll lose that duel straight out. Round 12 now, they'll all rebuy. There will be some concessions. At least Wonderful has an op in play.
Yeah, lucky to have kept it.
You know, one more round for Navi, and it's still not a bad half. Like, Vitality are starting to walk away with this and make every round look easier than last. And in these early to mid rounds, starting to look a little bit more dull, a little bit more obvious for Navi. But numerically, they're still on pace if they get 5. Three MP9s to do it. A lot of this rests on the shoulders of Wonderful. And he's been an absolute titan for Navi when they've needed him.
Bit's job made all the more difficult by playing alone, but nice pounce out of the mid drop from Ema. Problem is now he's stuck down there, and they're gonna find him with the frag grenades. Had so little left to hang on to. That nade didn't even need to be that well placed. Just pushes it over the edge.
Rocking a hard place now for Navi. They're gonna do something desperate.
Yeah, they've gotten away with these kinds of moves in the past, but Mezzi locked in for the challenge.
He just starts spraying right away.
Goes ahead to deliver. The trade attempt out of Mikaze denied. And that's going to be him 7 and 10 on the half. Wonderful also pressing the perimeter, will at least bring one back. And seeing as it's the final round of the half, let's see what you've got left, Navi. MP9 and AWP v3 on the Vitality side. Bit's just gonna keep on moving forward, and he cuts off the bomb carrier. Little spam through that smoke to clip Bit ever so slightly, but still his teammate not yet in position. And Mezzi worried that he could just come through this smoke.
This might be the move.
Bit's playing with it, challenging it, threatening it, but Apex gets denied by the no-scope, and then Mezzi's gonna have his way with it, solidifying the 8-4 lead. Vitality looking to speedrun Grand Finals.
Hey guys, Jacob Pimp Vincere here. Do you think you know enough about Counter-Strike to win your fair share of $15,000? Then you better pay attention right now. You've probably seen us use the NovaShots app on broadcast before, and I'm here to tell you exactly how it works so you can claim bragging rights against your friends or your enemies. It's completely free to participate, so let's go. When you sign up, you're getting 1,000 tokens. Those tokens you can use to buy team tokens, or basically team stocks. Now you need to pay attention to who's playing who and on what maps, cause if you predict correctly and you invest into Vitality just before they're playing their first map and they win that map, you're getting a 20% airdrop bonus, which means you have even more tokens to invest into other teams or to invest furthermore into Vitality. Team prices move live based on what people are selling and what people are buying. It's a free market after all. So let's say Furia is about to play a game. And the map they're playing, you know they're great on the CT side, but they struggle quite a lot on the T side. You now see they're starting on the T side. So instead of investing from the get-go, you can wait out a little bit. You can wait for people to panic sale when they're not doing well on the T side. And then when they move over to the CT side where they're doing the best work, that's when you buy into them. That's where you buy into the comeback as well. Here's my top tips in order to maximize your tokens. Firstly, pay attention to game as it's live. You can buy and sell your tokens at any time, which means that the prices go up and down as the game is evolving. Let's say Vitality is playing. Let's say they lose the pistol, they lose the second round, they lose the third round. People start panic selling. And if you believe they're coming back, maybe that's where you buy in. You buy the dip and then maximize your tokens. Don't forget the 20% map bonus. You don't need to hold a team for the entire tournament. Get in before the map, ride the success, then reassess. There's also a daily mode where you can predict match winners, match scores, MVPs, etc. So you can flex your Counter-Strike brain even more and win daily prizes. Make sure to get the NovaShots app and see if you can beat me and everyone else.
All week long, the conversation's been this head-to-head between ZywOo and flamez in the race to the top of Rotterdam. We'll leave it to Vitality to remind us why that every time they set their eyes on a trophy, they lift it. This time it's Rops and Mezzi in the first half of Anubis to take over. And take over they have. 8 rounds in the first. And now to the CT side they'll go in an attempt to deny Na'Vi their first map pick.
You know, what I was holding on to in the Astralis era was that the feeling of hopelessness it would feel when you get into a final or whatever for the other team. Like, that was such a stark contrast. With Vitality, they're starting to get to that level now, too, where it's just like you almost cannot even see the victory for the other squad. They've been challenged many times in best of fives, but that's just happening less often than ever. This map is no exception. Kind of just walked into their final few rounds and make it an 8-4 game.
Banking on the abilities. flamez will be tagged low. Apex's Berettas recover from the flashbang, but he's still only able to get one. It's fast E-box control coming through for Vitality. Headshots coming through for Na'Vi, and that could be key. ZywOo again to test the limits of this smoke. But as he dives into the cover, they don't know that Rops is here with him.
He hasn't actually made any noise, so they'll drop their guard for a second. Surely this won't matter, though, right?
Bomb is extended down lane. Rops comes back for it. Now they know the last position of Vitality. Oh, they take their steps at him, so Na'Vi have found a little room to work with. A pistol could bode real well.
Yeah, that made it a touch scary. Hope alive here for Na'Vi. They're trying to keep the candle burning right now. We'll have a moment of reprieve there. Oh, no, actually, there will be a buyback.
Vitality just want to lay that pressure on thick, so triple MP9 in.
And this is a map where, you know, 3 MP9s on CT side, they can all be useful. Funnily enough, Rops is just on the 5-7.
Smoke in front of him right there on the limit. Oh,
and he gets
okay,
the
of
kill.
course.
Makaze goes down
No
through
way.
the smoke.
Makaze invites that with the smallest burst off that MAC-10.
Gave him a clue as to where he was, and now it's a 5v4. And they had no plans to do anything. They were just putting out feelers. They were spreading the map, a little bit of utility here and there. They were faking a bit of an A exec to draw out that response, and another headshot.
60 damage.
Another headshot with an MP9.
Apex puts the smoke down in front of it as well, so.
I mean, the attack's gonna come in. It actually won't be that bad. That's a good looking nade, it feels like. Another lot of damage here.
Apex is low and Wonderful finishes him off. Flamesy's been afforded the drop down into Canals. Tries to pressure the flank, and it's a forced team kill. 5-7 opened up to try to get another, but that is Alexi to survive it.
Now look at the damage that Apex did. They're all really low.
And look who's left. ZywOo and Rops. ZywOo on the brink of it, swings in, catches Wonderful off. Rops is gonna go down to the headshot. Good on Eman to at least force ZywOo to have to do it all, but it's as clean as you could ask.
No way.
Again and again, this guy. Unstoppable. It's just unfathomable sometimes how Vitality feel undying. And so leave it to ZywOo to keep it clean. A triple kill to take the momentum right out of Na'Vi's hands.
How many clutches does he have alone?
Third 1vx win for Vitality on this second map. First one to ZywOo.
Oh, just carefully using that ammo and running out once again. Prescience with that burst control.
You can feel him, man, like a shark circling. When he's allowed to get close to those bomb sites like that.
He had already had an inventory of where the peaks were going to come from and when and how he was going to fight.
In order to defeat ZywOo, it feels like you have to deny him information. The problem is he's the kind of person who just has a brain for the game that lets him piece together info faster and more clearly than anybody else.
They're coming for this.
Apex's M4 gonna just tear through this attempt from Na'Vi. It's a desperate act to try to catch a B bomb site off guard. Far too prepared. Our Vitality for that one. 10-5 secured as this CT side sucks the life out of Na'Vi.
Yeah. Step right on that trap wire. Smoke comes down, instant spray down. Every CT is there ready to fight. Hopefully you're a Vitality fan.
Yeah. If you're cheering for Na'Vi, it's about time to use that wish. So off the tack pause, we see the buy here for Na'Vi. It's definitely got something to stand on, but it's just scary when the T-side's got to come in with nothing but Galils. Not one AK on the field for Na'Vi. Trailing by 5, and Vitality starting to sense victory here on Anubis as well.
You know, we're easily convinced when we're casting these games. We're looking for any reason.
Right.
Na'Vi, give us any reason.
Give me anything.
Anything. We'll We'll gas you up. We'll gas you up quick.
I'm still thinking about that Rops 5-7 kill. Just the way Rops is so good on the millimeters. You know, he stands on the absolute edge to avoid any spam and then pounces on a chance to just rattle off 4-5-7 bullets, and of course knows the perfect lineup. Rops knows. That's his essence. He just knows. And while Flamesy, forced to face Alexi, goes down with nothing, ZywOo's recovery is only in the form of 1 frag. It's a man advantage for Na'Vi. But a man advantage is something that they have known most of this game, and yet still Vitality rack up round wins.
They're trying to get Apex to actually leave the site. And Mezzi is going over to help A now. Surely Apex doesn't get away with this.
Uh-oh.
He freaks out and drops his grenade and his gun.
Better pick that back up, and he does. Gives himself a flash to work with, commits to the spray down. Would have wanted more damage for that. His body's lined up into the crosshair, but...
Getting 1 kill even opens them up. This is a team that is teaming over with confidence.
We saw what happened when ZywOo was allowed to get close to the bomb site. Well, what about now with Mezzi inching ever closer? Problem for Mezzi is Rops is still so far removed, and it looks like Vitality, for a second, we're gonna wave the white flag.
They are trying to get some info back, and Vitality are playing this in an interesting way. They peeled back and came in some fights again.
Wonderful's position's known. He's stuck up against the wall. Half health versus Mezzi, and he falters.
That is incredible. Mezzi pulling back to hide because Na'Vi were looking for one of those choke points to fight into. Knew exactly how they'd approach that post plan. A 2-on-3, they made feel even numbers off the back of that bait.
Even in moments when it feels like Vitality have been convinced to concede, they test it and pull that off.
That was just straight brains. Look at this, that 1 peek he drew out by falling back. We're halfway through the bomb.
And the 10 health here makes that difference. 56 HP on Mezzi, 45 for Wonderful as he goes into that last duel.
That was tailor-made for Na'Vi.
The hopes of Na'Vi on Anubis are going up in smoke. And Vitality getting more and more confident as they test the extremities of the map this round. A double up between Rops and Flamesy over towards A, with Apex already securing a strong position. And if he can catch Emet off with this clear, that'd be one thing. But Emet's got a chance to fight back, and that nade's gonna take it from him. No, it sails beyond. Apex here to finish off what he starts. 5v4 Vitality.
He wants to get rid of the problem. This peek's coming. Oh,
nice.
It's coming hard. Kaze takes him out instantly.
Looking to roll with momentum off of that one. Looking to take this test into Temple. Mezzi's turned back, and he's been rock solid on Anubis, but made awkward by the 3 players flooding into this B site from the back of it.
Yeah, they know Apex is over here. Oh, but it doesn't matter. He still gets some more damage.
Find a headshot onto Alexi. That's a good way to keep the numbers lower. Why is there an MP5?
That's a great question. As far as I'm concerned, a 2v3 retake is still on. We just saw them win one. Rob coming to watch this, and the MP9 gets traded. MP5, excuse me.
It's one of the two.
Rare gun to see.
M4 up for Flamesy, considering that they, I was gonna say, looked at the save last round. Not surprised to see them walk away with it. Giving you another reason to believe our Na'Vi, and layers on this one. First time we've really seen such a number-strong move through Temple like that, and it's a perfect counter to Apex pushing off of the B side at the start of the round, going for that Emet duel.
To be honest, ZywOo's had a great map, but it's not his op. He's actually missed vast majority of his op shots. That's just not really online right now. Still got a great score line. Had 1 or 2 rounds where he's put together the kills. Had that op collat, obviously, on the B defense, but a couple of rounds where just nothing's really happening.
It's gonna have to be a brawl by Na'Vi. They've gotten through the economy of Vitality. It's all on the line in round 18. He said he's missed shots, but it'll be posted in a prime position.
Yeah, this is one of his better positions, that's for sure.
3K from it already. It's lean into the A site for the time being, but this is a very stoic-looking Na'Vi taking their sweet time to go for mid-control once more. Bomb still obviously back towards spawn, and so an interruptive flashbang offered up by Flamesy, and with it, clean execution of Makaze.
It looked like he went too wide for that. Makaze takes a bullet between the eyes. It's just a gun upgrade, though. They can kind of afford a death like that. It was Alexi on a Tech 9 just before.
Problem is, the jackknife of Na'Vi's down, with Makaze dead, 4v5 in front of them, and 45 seconds to the clock. The pressure is starting to mount now on Na'Vi. Mezzi operating mostly on his own, has Apex to call over. More utility arrives on the bomb site at 30 seconds, and so if Na'Vi already didn't feel the squeeze, it is only starting to feel more and more real. Apex with a good position into the platform, given a gift as Emet tests the waters of the smoke push. Good couple of kills, even better there by Alexi.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Looked like Flamesy was trying to play off the element of surprise, but with Flamesy going down, with Alexi catching that flank, when he does, that is Na'Vi with more runway to play with here on Anubis.
That's the big one, right? You got to say it was impressive that they held so much utility to defend against that exec. Had them running through the smoke, but they took out Mezzi before Apex could get his first kill. So even though they had the players in spots, they had time on their side, they had all the smokes down, they kind of needed one more kill to really keep the control of the bomb site in their favor. So it's very solid here for Na'Vi.
Especially with what was starting to add all that additional pressure, right? The clock is against you, the nades are against you. You're banking on a blind push through smoke from long.
Troublesome part about this round is if they want to gamble on something fast, they know that Zaiwu saved an op, so they don't know where he's going to start with it. Makes it tricky to just put away an anti-eco. We've already seen them lose a round like this straight out as well on the second round of this half.
And that obviously not knowing what exactly Vitality decide to add around it. As we can see, there is that rifle in the hands of Rops as well. Blade's last timeout.
Yeah. Let's see what he leaves him with, because we've seen a varied game plan. I think options are open. They feel comfortable in their tempo at taking their site control. They did that against pretty staggering odds, I feel like. I think Vitality, if you asked them right before that exec happened, they felt they were going to win. So confidence builder for Na'Vi. Now it's just a question of how many times can they do it.
Flash set up for it, but wonderful. Huge. Nicely done.
That's key. I mean, they even had Bit ready to jump on it too. It could have been Rops going into that, more of a 50-50.
Thing is, it's still not the Opera, right? That's that looming threat that still exists out on the field.
I do wonder if it's in the back of their mind, though, if they didn't see the Op on that push, ready to trade off of Rops, if he's going to be sitting here in E-Box. We'll see how carefully they come at this.
Silver lining for Na'Vi is that there wasn't this follow-up extension from Vitality to try and go and get Rops' gun back, so at least you've dealt with the M4. But that Op, here it is, waiting to activate, and it won't
they just
miss
walk
its
into
first
it.
chance.
Bit, he gets spotted, actually. Mezzi's got this information, but I'm not sure if that goes two ways. He's not a real threat right now, but he is holding his spot.
Oh, good dink.
Damn.
That's at least damage for Bit to have to stomach, but he returns the favor with the kill. P250 scrambling in here. That Zaiwu Op, what more can it truly offer?
This would be their greatest feat if this Op could somehow have impact in this retake.
Bit tries to push forward. The pistol serve up the distraction, and Na'Vi are not going to fall victim to your shenanigans. One Op, not enough.
Very well done. They did have to sacrifice an AK to scout him with Makaze walking into E-Box. But because they did the two-man lurk at the same time, they always had an option.
Starting to feel real here, brick by brick. Na'Vi close that distance. take their sweet time with this one, but timidness looks good when you don't know with certainty what ZywOo's gotten off to, and that flurry of kills really just locks things in. It's rifles back for Vitality instantly, an AUG on Rops, and no AWP for ZywOo at the same time.
So an AUG and no kits. This is a fun choice.
Starting to force Vitality's hand, starting to make them work with less. But on top of that, we do get this additional piece inside of the site already. And look at this open runway. We saw what happened when Temple got challenged last time with multiple bodies. Mezzi, though, given a clean duel and a chance to disengage, he goes back in on his terms. And Makaze will collect that frag. Look how vacant that B bomb site is. Navi's T side has shown us variation.
It's kind of a quick flank. They have to kind of stay back and watch this. Apex is talking, so yeah, he's going to get caught off.
Worried that somebody would have been postured on top of the stairs. Now it's Flamesy's responsibility to come back and take it.
Wow, that's really impressive for Navi.
They have layers on this attack. And they are showing us why they chose Anubis first in this best of 5. And with all the investment that Vitality come in with on this round, a save is much needed.
I think Blade will watch this round with pride in his IGL. That's a great call, and they just kind of walk into the victory as well, which is the best feeling ever.
This is a Blade who's out of timeouts too, so barring Xtaz offering another one over, it's all in Alexi's hands from here on out.
And it'd be a hard sell for Xtaz. While they're still in the winning spot, they're on CT side. They're still technically in the driver's seat.
Their 4th round win in a row on the attack. If it wasn't for that force buy at the start of this T side, out of the Vitality who converted for 3.
I wonder if this is the moment where Vitality start responding to mid, and then if Navi are going to make it a commitment to A or B out of spawn on a set play.
This is Mezzi signing back up for a duel, but they were so ready for the layer up. And Apex caught trying to clear it. So very good timing off of Imez re-aggression, and so he does do it. Xtaz instantly with the timeout means Blade's got a little more time to fine-tune.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. And they're doing this without a full buy coming in. Looks like they need to do a little bit of math. Maximize their advantages. Obviously, that AUG went unnoticed for that entire round. Can Navi really do it?
Within striking distance.
One more good idea. Getting every kill if they win.
He's gotten around. Oh. Flamesy trying to tiptoe his way into the flank. Now Apex is going to get blindsided, just walking up into the bomb site. 5-7 activates, also goes down with nothing. Now it's not even a contest.
Now they've kept their money afloat, so Vitality are going to give this round an effort, but the fact is they got nothing out of it so far. They already want to try to save these guns, but look who's waiting for ZywOo.
Ooh, not even ZywOo walking away with a kill now. And Flamesy is flailing at the bottom of the scoreboard here for Vitality, unfortunately. 9 kills to his name, could have been the first one to get active, loses the duel to Alexi, and even had that push around the Flames. The only thing left is the AUG.
That still hasn't shot a bullet since it's been purchased.
Navi rolled out of bed today knowing that this was going to have to be a grind, that most teams simply collapse in the face of Vitality.
In their head-to-head, they always lose, but they always get closer. The last 2 maps they played back at the major, 13-11s.
And those were 13-11s that featured a Makaze that wasn't quite in this kind of form.
Yeah, but it was Wonderful who was in superstar form. And he's not playing at his Budapest level. At least not yet.
This round just features the collection of kills across the Navi side. ZywOo back in with the purchase. Round 22. Okay. Okay.
Ooh, we're going up high.
Okay.
All right, are we gonna get it?
Okay.
Got it, baby.
Wonderful not even aware that he's sitting in ZywOo's scope.
That's the tactic they didn't want to have to use at all.
Rip that out in round 22. That's how much Na'Vi have tested the limits here of Vitality.
And we get an instant transmission over to the other side of the map from ZywOo.
Kicks it off with the triple boost, now waiting for that long play, but as he sits there waiting, it doesn't come his way. Apex a single trade, man advantage for the Na'Vi squad. Deep smoke, Flamesy, he's gonna try to pop that to regain vision, and they pause on the cross for now.
Yeah, and they know that bomb wants to cross, but that smoke's in an awkward spot. They can't trust it.
Flamesy catches the headshot as the smoke grenade goes too deep. This is not the time for Na'Vi to start making mistakes.
Yeah, it's a massive mistake, and Rops, they don't know about it, but he drops his smoke out.
Trying to give himself space to work out with the AUG to test the limits here. And catching a glimpse of Bit on the fallback. Frag grenade finds him down to half health. Flamesy's retake is the recovery. Flamesy makes the difference. Vitality take 12, but that round indicative of how deep they have to dig.
It's incredible that they're winning the rounds on CG side off the retakes of all situations. And that opening kill, that's ingenuity to make sure they have an advantage to kick things off. They were struggling in these early rounds before this. ZywOo gets a free one over on Wonderful.
A mistake.
And they messed up on this smoke. They messed up bad. If they had not thrown it so deep, they would have had more cover to cross. Too big of an opening to give to Vitality.
But it's been so good from Na'Vi that they are still right there.
And they still have plenty as well. Whoa. Almost, triangulating that position. Be careful.
So Na'Vi pushing all the right buttons. Forcing ZywOo to try to step it up a notch. Sitting in middle as Alexi starts to take the responsibility into his hands. ZywOo welcomes this challenge, invites you towards him, but he misses. And as he goes back into it, they'll survive the challenge. It's a double up inside of middle for Vitality that comes up empty.
What you gonna do with this AUG?
Adamant about using the AUG, snaps it over. Aimlock-esque for the first one, and with that, the tempo totally changes. Emes got the walkout on the other side of the map, but the bomb is still in the middle of it all.
That was their only breach on the site. Now they move over to the other side of the map. Ima's got a lead.
Na'Vi joins up, and that is going to be the bomb escorted in, but yet again with silence, Vitality get to the brink of the retake already, and it will catch Wonderful off. It's a man advantage for Vitality to try to close this game. Extend it, because Rops strikes with precision and perfection. That AUG mowing down the attempt over towards the A site. What are you made of, Ime?
They're doing it again. Trying to bait him into a push.
And they've decided to attack this from all three directions. It's a huge wraparound. And it's a huge moment where Vitality are pushed to their limits, where they are forced to pull out tricks, and yet still the same result. This is a Vitality that stands up to your tests, and in this case takes the 2-0 lead in our grand finals.
Even though it gets close and it's impressive walk back here, they still hit their power level. They still had a little bit more to offer. It comes in the way of a tactic, and it comes in the way of retakes to close this map out. Yes, it was close, but it was still a Vitality win again.
And a gut-wrenching moment there too, because if you look that back, you know Na'Vi made the mistake with the deep smoke grenade on B. That's what could have secured the cross. That's what could have kept Alexi for the post plant. That's what could have kept Na'Vi in this map. Instead, we will move to Dust 2, a map we know Vitality can play world-class Counter-Strike on, but one they haven't needed to get to this point in the event.
Alexi, you knew that this was going to be tough. You said it on the way in, but you are giving them the biggest fight you've got in you.
Yeah, I just think that we are playing bad on afterplans. I think that we need to nail out these man advantages in order to win them, and we are currently not doing it, so we just need to step up on Dust 2.
Dust 2 is your opportunity to bring this back. How are you going to ensure that your team keep strong mental going into map 3?
I mean, that's what we've been practicing a lot. The thing is, we just need to go outside now, catch a breather. Everyone just need to clear their head and going to the Dust 2 as if nothing happened.
The fans want to see you come back, that's for sure. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Alexi B showing some candor there on what was happening throughout this Anubis, because whilst it was amazing to watch, it's also disappointing for a lot of people out there to not see Na'Vi close that out with all the fighting that they put into it. Still kind of fall a little bit short there, Dupree.
I'm very happy that he brings it up himself, because that's exactly what I was going to be saying. That Na'Vi put themselves in so many good situations, but they just piss it away by not playing out the situation correctly. It's their after plans, their decision making, the overall connection between the players of what space they have and what space they don't have, what is open, what is not open. You can just see whenever they get into the after plans, it's like they stress out, the communication falls apart, and they just make so many mistakes, and Vitality is just capitalizing on it. And it's like we get on our edge of a seat thinking that Navi's gonna bring it back. Navi's gonna bring it back, and you're like, oh, not again, not again, right?
That's what's so disappointing about it, obviously, because it felt like they got themselves into so many of those positions that were advantageous due to the tactics, due to the map control they took. They get onto the bomb site, or they get into a winning position for a retake, and then they just kind of slip in these moments that, to me, feel very uncharacteristic, because that's one of the big selling points for me with this Na'Vi team coming into this series, is that they, in the best of the rest competition, they have firmly won in my eyes. However, they still don't play at their 100% when they need to against a Vitality that demands you give all of it.
There's still rounds where we're seeing it step up for themselves, right? Yes, maybe not the whole map of Anubis is 100% from them, but in the earlier rounds, Dupree, there's a lot going right for them. It felt like there were glimpses of that Na'Vi that they know they can pull out if they could do it.
Yeah, and it's super hard to get siege rounds on Anubis, but I really like what Na'Vi they throw at Vitality right here. Saiwu go for a very aggressive peek, but misses us out, but it's all about Bit. Bit is going for this aggressive play where he goes out, he kills Saiwu, and then gets another kill here. It's literally like the connection between the Na'Vi players in this round is so good, because I think this is like a set call for round. The round after, he does the exact same thing, and I think it's literally just like a repeat play. You can even see Makasa utilizing the fact that the window has been moved to mid to also help out crunching Vitality. And this was a really good example of how you can make the best team in the world look foolish when you put them pressure at the right spot.
Well, let's actually listen in exactly to what was said from the Na'Vi side during that round 7.
Flashing.
I'm rolling. Flashing. Flash on that.
Half on it.
One more.
Nice.
Just like Blade drew up in practice right there. Perfect synchronization between the utility there. Everybody knows exactly who's covering what, how the nades are going to help their approach. And so they did obviously come with a great plan into this one. It's no mistake that they won the first 2 gun rounds as soon as they got rifles in their hand.
Yeah, we're seeing it. We're just not seeing it convert all the way to a map win. And when people tune in, maybe, and they're looking at this grand final, and they're like, oh yeah, another classic, 2-0 for Vitality. Well, there is reasons for that as well. We have to give massive props to what Vitality was able to do, despite slipping up a little bit themselves.
Unfortunately, even though there were these coordinated plays from Na'Vi like those, when things get into these moments of transition, you could see that they feel like the underdogs. A great execute from Vitality comes out here in this round, and the players from Na'Vi, instead of constructing a more concerted effort on a retake, are kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. There's Alexi B charging in from the camera side, and then Wonderful, who got the opening pick in this round, is the last one to fall, and it just never really felt like, Dupree, that they could ever get onto the same page as they're trying to get into that bomb site there.
It happens 3 times in the same round. First you have Alexi B just scaling out, running, as you just mentioned. Then you have Emma swinging from camera without being ready then. And then even when the molly is down, when Makasa is sprinting from mid to go into camera, Wonderful is not ready to swing on that either. It's like they're not on the same page in that given situation. If they would have just waited, or if the guy would have just like swung in the Molotov, they would have created a much better situation. And looking back at the things that we just saw from round 6 and 7, where it's very coordinated, it's like from spawn, that's why I feel like Na'Vi is functioning the best. But when they get put on the spot and they have to think and chime things together right here, right now, that's where they seem to be disorganized, right? They just make too many of these mistakes, and you can't afford it.
There's the flip side when we get into the later parts, right, where it felt like Na'Vi almost had it. Vitality was squirming a little bit. We saw how they were dealing with that pressure. Teams aren't able to apply that often, and they pull out a triple boost.
This is
Like, what?
the depth that Vitality has as a team, that even on an Anubis pick that itself feels like a surprise, it's why they are so willing to credit their support staff. I don't know where they found this one, whether it's on Reddit or Mac constructed it in his free time or something, but this one does still get it gets very hairy. The fact that it is a 3 versus 2, but the smoke, Dupree, the smoke that they throw is too low, and this just feels like one of those, again, uncharacteristic mistakes that if I'm watching Na'Vi play in all of these moments versus lesser teams, I feel like they're a lot more composed. They don't mess these kinds of smokes up, but then it gives Vitality a way back into a round that felt like it was done.
Yeah, but it's exactly these situations that Na'Vi just need to be working better together. I'm fairly confident that they know that the smoke is far too deep, that you can actually see above it. At this point, as a professional player, you should know that this is a bad smoke. They even have a flash. Use your flash.
Yeah, that's
Use more utility. If you know
so many ways, you could have double peeked on top of it too at times. There's
like
so many options.
If you know it's bad, double peek, throw an extra flash. I don't know, jiggle peek. I don't know. Just do something else.
I mean, I can see it. You guys are frustrated because you know that there's better for Na'Vi, and it feels really bad to see this team crumble under that pressure in terms of hitting their utility usage there. They're a team that we've praised many times before, that they're able to withstand a lot of the pressure. They go down one map. We've seen them push through into a map 3 win. That literally happened yesterday. Vitality obviously do it because they've been winning. It's easy when you're on a 21 map streak, but Na'Vi, that's what they've been forged through with this five-man roster.
It really felt like everything was building up for Na'Vi here after their ESL Pro League win, the win streak they went on to get into the grand finals, that I wouldn't see these kinds of cracks. But unfortunately, that's what's emerging now. That a rock-solid game plan from Na'Vi was undone because of some individuals who missed the smoke, didn't coordinate that last step of a round. It's like they've done such a great job running the first 80 meters of this sprint, but then there's one more hurdle, and it just feels a little too tall.
Yeah, it's the individuals that's letting Na'Vi down right now, and it's just like not one given player that is making the mistake. It's like all of them. They just take turns making poor decisions individually, where they don't communicate or they do a shitty utility. It's like, that's what I've been trying to say throughout this playoffs as well, that you can get very far by playing off the system, but if you make too many mistakes as an individual, you will lose, and you need to make sure that you don't make these type of mistakes on stage. And for Na'Vi right now, Anubis was their way back into the series. I don't see a world where we can actually have Na'Vi bouncing back, do a reverse sweep with the fact that we both have Dust 2 and Nuke in the remainder of the maps. I just don't see a world where it's going to happen. So this was Na'Vi's to lose. That's for sure.
I agree, but I'm also listening to what's going on around us. There's a lot of noise. The crowd is going crazy, whether it's for Na'Vi or just for good Counter-Strike. It's not only in Rotterdam that we're going to have that fun. In fact, there's going to be plenty more Counter-Strike on the calendar.
He can do it all! Roll out the captain! Done! It's a moment for Apex! Headshot is!
Last year's Lisbon was one of my favorite events of the year. Not only did we get a grand final that went the full distance, with the exception, obviously, that Mouse went 0-13 on the opening map, but it was just a fun time. I mean, Lisbon as a city, if people are looking for what event to go to in the calendar for CS, you could pair that with a great little Porto vacation on top of it.
Definitely, yeah. I've had a really good time going to Portugal as well. Been there a couple of times as a player myself. I think I experienced one of the best crowds that I've ever played against. That was also in Portugal, so if you haven't got your tickets yet, go get it.
Yeah, September 4th to 6th, that's the days that we're going to be in the arena that you're going to get to see and maybe even be amongst a crowd like this. But one thing I like when we're in arenas, it's not just the crowd, it's not just the Counter-Strike that we get to witness, but it's the fact that a lot of people out there get to, you know, play around with some of the boots, maybe have a little bit of a 1v1, and you guys would want to brush up on your Counter-Strike if you're going to come here and have some 1v1s. And you can do that over on Refrag. The other day we were looking at Pimp's warm-up. This time around we got another last employee, Oscar. He's showing us his skills warming up there.
I'm honestly impressed with how much our production actually
Not
plays
Oscar,
Refrag.
apparently.
Refrag is trying to, like, the production is trying to prove to us the refrag is the best deal you can get out. And I do agree, if you do want to be playing crossfire modes as we see right here, then you should jump right into refrag and try and get better. Maybe even Navi could maybe learn something from this, Mike. What do you think?
It probably wouldn't hurt between maps to get a little more warm-up in and make sure that you hit every single shot that is presented to you. I'm also just going to say, big shout out to Blast Production for these because they are so sharp, and it's by no mistake that the production value is insane when everybody that's backstage working these events has as deep knowledge of Counter-Strike as they do.
Next time when we do this, I'm going to make you guys try and guess who's playing, if it's a Blast employee or if it's someone else. I feel like that's the next game that we're going to get to have on the desk. But for you guys, there's so much more Counter-Strike. There is more games to be had, more maps to enjoy, hopefully many more, but one that we can be rest assured is happening. It's Dust 2 after this break. Na'Vi couldn't get a win on their map pick. This time around, they're 2-0 down in a grand finals, and Dust 2 is what stands between Vitality and that trophy.
Well, at least we've got too many streaks at play here. Fact is that it's not looking bright for Na'Vi, given Vitality's 12 Dust 2s in a row that they've won leading into this one. But at least Na'Vi have 6 under their own belt. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but obviously a bit unlikely.
I think the stat speaks for itself when we're looking at Dust 2 right now, because Vitality, they love to play this too, and the last time they've actually dropped double digits, that was against Gamer Leasing in the beginning of the year. That kind of sets it up for a very one-sided matchup. I mean, everything can happen in a grand final, but at this time, I do feel that what the Vitality have shown so far, there's no way that Navi is going to bounce back.
There's a lot of pressure on them, and when you look to jump into Dust 2, they have to ask themselves, are we okay to be second place?
It's a tough question, and one that I don't think anybody wants to truly answer there, because it's not that you want to be, it's that you will submit into that spot. Where this gets even more difficult is just the fact that ZywOo is just simply the best player on this map. When it comes to Dust 2, it's his world, and we're all just living in it.
Let's see exactly who's going to turn up in Dust 2.
The stage has been set, and it's a difficult one here for Na'Vi. They know now that it's got to be the reverse sweep, Mohan, something very few have ever done, let alone versus the very few that can be champions quite like Vitality. And now we get to see what their Dust 2 has in store for us. So if you showed up today hoping for a competitive game, well, it's got to be here on Dust 2 that things start to turn back. It's got to be here, Rotterdam, that you truly start to believe. Because Na'Vi have their hands full, as do every competitor that steps into the server versus Vitality. This is what greatness looks like.
When it's all over one day, you can look back and celebrate the moments. When you're in it, it feels hopeless. But when that win finally comes for that other team, that strong victory versus Prime Vitality, whenever that happens, it's obviously going to be incredibly special. We had 2 reverse sweeps. Unfortunately, one of them was versus Na'Vi. As Furia at Thunderpick at the end of last year. And the other was Donk versus Jame a couple of years back, all in recent history. But this would be the greatest of them all. Na'Vi could pull their greatest feat. And to do it on Dust 2, man, you look back at their record, they haven't even had to be tested on this map. Look, they're just going to have a free open A site. That's how good they are at Dust 2 right now. They can basically do no wrong. And if you look back at every single match, there's a new top fragger. The last map that they played, the lowest rated player had a 1.33 rating. What do we even talk? How's there enough to go around?
Here, man? Yeah, wins the game. Robs!
Oh, that's Mr. Robot, baby.
Just like that, huh? Quad kill Robs. Yet again, another moment where Vitality reminds you just how deep the talent goes.
Yeah, and the star of the show so far in this grand finals, it's the man on your screen.
And one by one, they trickle into him. His pop-up, undenied. First to have a chance to trade. Bit and Alexi never even get a chance to shoot back. Rob's as clean as can be.
That damn smile.
Oh, God. Oh, dude. Is it done?
What the?
Are we over?
Oh!
Are we done here, Mohan?
That was more vertical than it was lateral. How is he so fast? They've just been waiting to play Dust 2.
That's the thing.
No one wants to play it again.
No, and they give us reasons why. I do not envy any human being that's got to roll out of bed and sign up for a game of Counter-Strike versus Vitality. Robs is such a sick reminder of just how deep Vitality's talent goes, just how constant their ability to dominate is, and just how hungry they remain. Easy pistol conversion. A temperature check. Do we still have Vitality believers in the house?
Hopefully a few. That'd be an easy one.
The 3-0 Mo. The sweep that nobody saw coming.
The wind has to be completely out of their sails at this point.
Man. Every round is just going to be a chance for ZywOo to flex his might. Quiet on the approach. damn near got both there with that pinch from Apex and the lower tunnels, but instead they'll try to fly through the smoke. Bit just looking to get crazy, trying to drag him in the mud, but Vitality too prepared and obviously still too well equipped.
Some way Dust 2 was kind of perfect to show off everything that they're good at, that they can keep up individually with any team, and then they can also be the best team. They can rotate mid-round, use their lurks the best, and just take full advantage of everything that has to be offered. It feels probably like there's infinite time on the clock here on T-side, the way they can roam around so quickly. And here's some more lurks coming into play. Mid-control still theirs. And the final kill is inevitable.
I had a lot of belief in Na'Vi today to at least be able to survive the tests that Vitality throw their way. I don't know if I expected Rops to kind of be such a difference maker at times, just because the duel between ZywOo and Flamesy had my attention.
Yeah, like this is a race between ZywOo and Flamesy for MVP, and like Rops, not there yet, but has incredibly quickly boosted his stats just in this grand finals performance alone.
How dominant does a team have to be where the closest competition just ends up being which of the players gets the MVP? Line up for the doors. Still a long way from victory.
ZywOo said his teammates can get MVPs when he turns 30, maybe.
All right. The humble king. Fire spreads to Emet. Calls on his teammate to save him.
Not really actively trying to get him out. Won't really matter, though. Well, actually, it might. They're still worried about Long. This play's coming to B. Ooh, it's got a meal on his hands.
Quick
There's
pounce.
the exact right ahead of it.
And the MAC-10's ahead. Yeah, so Bit may have been able to peel Rops off the commitment.
No Molly in the window just yet.
So Makaze still with a bit of space to play off of.
There it is. Oh,
Goes
and it
too
missed.
far.
They got another one if they want.
Makaze's got a real chance, and Wonderful collects the Mezzi frag at the same time. That's what they needed. A mistake made by Vitality may be a rare treat to try to chomp down on. You've still got ZywOo in the middle of all this, and Flamesy, well, he's planted the bomb already. Wonderful's no scope, and sure enough. So go ahead, seize the opportunities when they're presented to you, and that missed Molotov on the windowsill is a perfect chance for Na'Vi to still try to get into this grand finals.
That's kind of the only way to get that thing started, so nicely done. Makaze waiting for his chance. Going 1 for 1 on entries like that, you think there's no way. And Wonderful caught that kill at the top of mid too. Total reaction here.
Just a bug on the windshield.
Couple of no-scopes in this series for Wonderful. On top of the map streak, most of the wins are just single-digit losses for their opponents. Like, of all the close maps that we've seen in recent times from some of Vitality's competition.
Red. I respect Na'Vi for trying to take a round in their terms, but now you've got Makaze stranded. He's been afforded space to leave at least. Problem is you fall back fully. That's going to be Vitality to leak into the mid-control, so Makaze tries to throw the nade out, just puff his chest a bit before departing, and Vitality are in no rush to squeeze victory out of Dust 2. Oppers aren't going to meet here in this round. Not yet. 4v5 demanded of a Na'Vi.
It's going to put considerable pressure on A. I mean, they could play in these positions for sort of as long as they'd like. Smoke's coming to the corner. Flash elicits a shot. He could have held out for a little longer. The pace is kind of perfect here for Vitality. Still lots of time to split. And ZywOo controlling rotations in mid. Doesn't take his peak early. Just in time. Makaze coming back to see if he can refrag this. And Rops is just running into the B site. And the bomb is actually going to make its way over as well.
Sure it is. Vitality know that they offered that window opening last round that cost them. This time Rops is going to take control of it himself. masterfully outmaneuvering Na'Vi here in round 5. Alexi's still going to give them something to think about, but by the time Rops is dead, it's already the bomb site taken over. And look at Apex, just the insurance policy that Na'Vi don't know about. Keep your gun out, brother.
Doesn't know how close they are just.
Yeah, he'll shoot him down. Apex makes sure there's nothing for Na'Vi to be proud of in this one.
It's beautiful, CS. It is. I mean, they could have taken long in that spot, but they just knew that B site would be open after ZywOo saw and heard 2 crossing and killed the second. They knew it was a full commitment over towards A. They know because there was still a good chance that Vitality could have won on A, but that was actually the way of least resistance. And that was also the best way to punish the exits. That's having your cake and eating it too on display for Vitality. It just does not get better than this. Vitality continue to show us the ceiling of CS2. The game that in MR12 everyone doubted that anyone could be this consistent. Vitality prove it's a you problem.
And these slower starts to the rounds as well. You can see Na'Vi just trying to fumble around, try to catch an opening. Vitality have been so tidy in minimizing moments for their opponents. Oof, wonderful given a chance.
No tag.
As ZywOo drops down with the bigger of the scoped guns, and then he's on the hunt. Now that smoke's faded, ZywOo can take these angles, try to find the first domino to fall. But it's not the kind of buy that Na'Vi can really test the waters with. So
they came in clear tunnels. I mean, they came and took a look, and I think around the 50-second mark, they're expecting to see Vitality just go for the exec. Now they're going back for the reclear in mid, but here's a little gap again for Bit where he could be solo. Makaze looks to help him out. These two have shown some great chemistry on the B side of Dust 2.
MP9's a good track. Makaze's 5-7 into the upgrade. Oof, doesn't even get a chance to fire. Rops is quick with it. Op gets out in ZywOo's hands, and Apex covered by both his other teammates. No challenge offered up here by Na'Vi. They're just waiting for Alexi to maybe get into position towards the tunnels. This is a no-kit retake either for Na'Vi, and a scout on Wonderful.
Yeah. They've got no nades to take this over, and the T's don't have any moments where they're going to pull out utility either, so.
Nades trickle out.
Try to get all these kills, maybe get some upgrades.
What a sad reality it is for Vitality's opposition when you have to just so constantly play for these little wins, just to try to keep 1 foot in the door. An upgrade for Alexi. Ema gets punished trying to go for the chase, so sure, Na'Vi effective in racking up the costs. They'll lose Alexi in the end, but that's wonderful to grab the upgrade. It's an AK-47 for the next round. No, excuse me, ZywOo's op. That's excellent, at least, for Na'Vi. A slim silver lining in the face of the 5-1 start.
They almost throw the molly a little bit too soon for the exec because it doesn't even give you a chance to fall off, where they wouldn't have had to clear it otherwise. Otherwise, that would have been a great idea. Still, trades come down, plant goes down, wind comes in. Na'Vi drop a few guns, take their first tack timeout of the map, but this is already looking all too familiar from previous Vitality Dust 2 victories. They are flying towards this finish.
How lucky you are to not be dead just by jumping door. A genuine chance at a 5v5 for Na'Vi this round. With guns and grenades, but still no early test for Vitality creeping through middle control. And doing it pretty quick. Flamesy already on the brink of catwalk, flashed in to just make sure, yeah, nobody's here. Nobody at all for Na'Vi to try to stop Flamesy's early approach. A piece of utility to try to deter him. But he's brought friends with him. His numbers strong for Vitality on the catwalk. That a wonderful op is unfortunately stuck down beneath the ledge. It's going to be awkward shots from him, and he just gets caught off guard, so he doesn't even get a bullet off.
Yeah, they can't even arrange themselves right now.
They're already extending outwards. It's Alexi B who's got to also be concerned about long. And so he's got a lot on his plate, but he still steps up with the first frag. That's Flamesy dead at least. ZywOo finds the leg shot. Alexi's now gone down, and Rops' activation over towards Long is worth 2 frags in the middle of all of that.
Everyone's just dying in the smokes.
Damage is done. Apex and Mezzy low. But unfortunately, it just feels like Na'Vi get outmaneuvered, outpositioned, and out-timed by a Vitality that didn't waste their moment. ZywOo's here to collect the last one. Majority alive for Vitality again. 6-1 on Dust2's T side.
That's clocking in and clocking out. And that's the first time they've gone for that. Cat exec at that timing. Na'Vi a little bit flustered by it. They still come away with the first kill, but then the trade instantly from Rops on his Lurk. He knows exactly how to speed it up. You can never accuse him of being too slow these days. He knows exactly when he's needed.
Scary sight to see Na'Vi kind of awkwardly in that moment. Feels like they don't have a good sense of what exactly could be coming at them.
Oh, that's a gun spotted. He switched. Wonderful. He just got caught off guard by the op going over top of his shoulder, and they just immediately execute him. That's it. That was the smallest bit of information for a huge impact, and now they're sitting on the op.
The only thing they had to work with as well. Pistols up for the rest. Trying to hold the CT cross. But far too easy for Apex to just flex the gun advantage. Utility is going to burn Alexi into activation. He's only going to be able to get himself one, and it's another quick cleanup. This is Vitality not wasting anybody's time as they sprint to the finish line on Dust2. And this is the scary thing about Dust2, right? Not having to even use it to get to this point in the event. They pull it out, and look how dominant it is. This is supposed to be the second best team in the world.
I know. I mean, well, Vitality played against Aurora, who were also looking very strong prior to that match. They beat them in under 2 hours on stage. Breaks included, analyst desk, everything like that. It's one of the fastest, most efficient games that we've seen, and now a best-of-5 final to compete with that versus an even stronger team. Make no mistake, Anubis was close, but it just simply is another map that Vitality win. You can really try to contextualize all their victories and talk about how close it is, but none of that matters in the face of a totally unbeaten team at an event. Score being 7-1. We've got the buy up in here for both sides.
We're just looking for a sign of fight out of Na'Vi at this point. A shred of success could be enough to believe in, but it's an intense squeeze being put forth by Vitality. It's an Ime on 0 kills. It's a Na'Vi that haven't been able to find a comfortable bit of map control. They've attempted to weaponize Wonderful, but outpositioned, outmaneuvered, outperformed.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Flames eats a little bit back through mid-smoke.
Na'Vi's utility low, and again, this chance at a duel towards the B site. It's been brewing.
Ima's chance to get some impact. He's
somebody,
gonna
somewhere.
be needed to stop this split. He's pushing out.
And he's got his. Flamesy on the smoke, the first to go down. A 4v5 recovery set up for Vitality, but Bit's also gotten another. And so as Ime doubles down, there we go. That's what we're looking for, a shred of success. But a convincing one in this round with 5 players still up. Is that enough for Na'Vi to start to believe? Because if they don't believe, then nobody else in this room will either.
A great round's a great round, and the half is not over. And they keep wanting to test this B site. And normally, again, Na'Vi are really comfortable in here between Bit and Makaze. Here they actually display it. Makaze wins that long-range duel to Apex, right in the middle of trying to call this round together. He's very good at those mid-spams.
Back-to-back man advantages for Na'Vi. wrestling with the thought of total defeat in this best of 5, and yet trying to just put that into the back of your minds to focus in on these rounds one by one. What could have been even more success is instead a chance for Flamesy to depart. But as the Opera leans back, you do still see Ima trying to press into this cap play.
They still want it to be B, and they've got actually mid control now. The CTs are going to freak out a little bit here.
Ima's gone through the cat smoke, CT smoke, and then he pushes through it. He wants to attack this mid play from the flank, and he will indeed.
Oh, he kills his teammate.
He kills Alexi pushing the CT spawn. All's good though still for Ima. Everybody else picks up the slack. ZywOo missed shot, and a wonderful cover is enough to get it over the line. So Na'Vi do have a lifeline here. Made awkward with the wall bang and whatnot, but everybody for Na'Vi is gonna have to step up to the plate if they have any hope of making this third map competitive, and at least in this last round, we see that.
We had a very emphatic Apex who was calling just as that round ended, a little bit frustrated how the V-split went instantly into dying right here. Is probably a little tilted after that. And they do make it back-to-back rounds.
And it's a more confident move out of Eman, but it's no longer the 5v4 that Na'Vi were tapping into. Those last couple of rounds had to get pushed over the line. Props to secure them, but now up against the man disadvantage yet again, and ZywOo over top of the mid-smoke still not satisfied
But
with just one kill.
They saw one key rotation. They just killed one. Unless they thought it's a 3B stack, why wouldn't they just go B again? Na'Vi they're gambling hard here. They want to leave Bit alone. He's been great, but he's going to have no flash support. Off to play with. If they walk into his first kill, he'll have time to delay. But right now, this is just a full read that it's going to be an A play, and they couldn't be more wrong.
That's what they're looking for.
It has to be Bit.
On the op, and he's delivered. Second kill's good. Third one a little too tense. Fire flushes him out into the open.
They've been surprisingly good on these retakes. I don't know if it's going to be possible here, but they have the util.
All the nades you could possibly ask for.
They have the kits.
Miss smoke. Oh. It's the only smoke they had to play with. Makaze just gonna look for the duel through the window. Frag goes beyond him. Back plat peaks good for Flamesy. Apex to the headshot.
Great tethering.
Can't be making mistakes in what is already a difficult retake, and Alexi was never added over towards the tunnel's control, so a late attempt in through the window could still be his. He'll catch them off guard, but ZywOo reacts fast enough to keep Majority alive, and Vitality thriving with a 5-round lead.
And from the 3v5 after Bits gets his 2 kills. He does an excellent job to do that, but at the end of the day, when that info was gathered by ZywOo, he got the first kill, and then heard 2 players running to mid, one rotating over. Even though he missed the shot, he knew there was no cross back. Wow, nice adjustment from ZywOo too. Never seen Dust 2 like this before.
Feels to me like Vitality are just the right amount of passiveness in a lot of these setups. Just dodging threats, dodging nades. Wonderful scope will not be taken off the angle, so he's able to collect another 5v4, and man advantage has looked good for Na'Vi in the few rounds that they have been able to win. Alexi in the corner is going to go down empty-handed, so Flamesy's recovery is already well underway, but look at the health here for Vitality. It's a tough place for them to be in.
Caught off, and they don't know about Rops.
Oh God, he's got an easy sitting duck in Makaze.
Surely not another.
Sniffs out the second duel, and he's got util to give himself an edge here. He's just going to try to keep himself alive so that the other 3 can fixate in on what is the one defender on that A site. Rops is
come on.
A nuisance, draws them into him, and it is a damning stat line, 9-3 on the half. Vitality, masters of Dust 2.
Some of the trophies are heavy.
You never know. That's a good one, yeah.
This one's got to be Nico when we beat him.
Nico? That's a good one, yeah. I'll double down on that one.
Dork will get crazy, Nico smash the table, Jimmy fuck up the keyboard.
It doesn't say punching a teammate.
To smash something, that's a different story. But to break, I think it's pretty unlikely.
You know what, I'm gonna say yes. I think they're gonna show up this tournament.
I think it's possible, actually.
I would say they will not make it.
I give them playoffs though.
There's a possibility for everything. There's a possibility for Liquid to make it to finals, right? But this is more on the unlikely side.
No chance.
0 chance.
Maybe 1% for gamblers. I feel like that hasn't happened in so long. The only thing I remember is the Vice when he like almost fell.
Some of the trophies are heavy. You know, Donk's like a little excited. Tries to like raise like a trophy, it's a little too heavy for him.
Could be.
Nah, I don't think it will happen, but if we are winning and I put money, maybe it might happen. But first we need to win, it's higher risk, you know?
I'm gonna have to put us to make it to playoffs from the qualifying.
Yeah, we gotta say yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's not an easy tournament to make it to playoffs.
It's like NFP has the potential, the 9Z team climbing up the ranks has potential.
Yeah.
Maybe NAP.
They're gonna do the good old strategy of losing before playoffs so that they can win in playoffs.
Furia, I don't know why, I just have a feeling.
Yeah.
Free money for us.
We're making big banks.
If you go into OT, someone could be near 30 kills for sure.
I mean, there's a lot of players that could do that. You're one of them.
I mean, I'm just...
What's so funny about that? Obviously, yes. Donk.
Maybe. Or Zewu.
Definitely, yeah. Someone will get over it.
It will be him. That's definitely possible.
Yeah. I think that happens pretty often. That's a big possibility.
It will probably happen to us. we are leading like 9-3 on Dust 2, you know?
Yeah.
And then we go this side.
Yeah, it has happened to us and we also done it.
Oh, I hope so. I love when Grand Finals go to 5 maps. I'm gonna say yes just because I want it to happen.
For me, it's like a 50-50.
3-1 for someone, I call it now.
3-0.
3-0. We are in the 0 on the 3.
You never know.
We'll see on the first map.
Yeah.
How about we make our own predictions? What if someone does a shoey in the crowd?
Someone goes for a knife kill but ends up getting shot.
There will be a ninja defuse in the playoffs.
Ninja defuse in the playoffs.
I think that's a good one.
I think that's a good one. I would put my money on this one.
Me too.
My friend, it's not looking good for Navi right now.
Not good, but I support Navi.
If you have any hope of them coming back in this second half, how are they going to do it? What do they need to do?
I don't know. Ime should play better, but I know that they can win.
Can Navi still win this? Of course. Of course, this will come back. Full faith all the way to the end?
What?
Full faith all the way to the end?
Yes.
100% guarantee?
Yes.
Let's go!
Let's go, Navi! Win!
Is it over?
It's over.
Mere steps from the finish line now rest Vitality. Navi knew that today would be a challenge, but it's a whole different beast to step into the server versus this Vitality. And Vitality did not disappoint. They did not stutter. They did not stumble. They have hit the ground running and not given Navi any space in this best of 5.
They show us that they can go forever, and that's got to be a terrifying sight for every other team. Imagine what it feels like for Navi. Their chance when they're fresh off a win, in their best form, trying their hardest and can't pick up the maps that have already passed. Now they've got Dust 2, the hardest challenge of all. Nobody takes out Vitality on this map, and they've already started 9-3 down.
Wealth of util for Apex as this kitless CT round for Vitality wants to deny a bomb plant. And with the form that they are in, feels like just getting to the site is a small victory for Navi. They will group themselves up in the face of what is this triple, quadruple cat stack. And luckily for them, Bit will strike first, rolling forward off the momentum that comes with the entry. It is Makaze to clip 2. And a fast move by Mezzi back through the spawn of which he came. Vitality, they pushed. And Navi answer.
See some good pistoling moments. Always got to be more concerned about the next round. I don't even know if they could celebrate the pistol win anymore, because it can just get stolen away. But it is a good start. The bulldozer of Makaze comes through with those headshots. This is just for fun, by the way.
Yeah, every day is fun if you're Vitality. The hard work's been done, the preparation secured. It's all about just staying so clearly above the rest of the pack. And that is something that nobody can deny Vitality. They are leaps and bounds better than everybody else.
Timing is off for 1 second because they were both flashing. Then it was anti for the guys who were defending. And so it's perfect trades. And Mezzi actually uses those 2 kills to get himself a scout. Let's see if that has impact.
Wouldn't be the first time a force buy for Vitality works. And that's why Na'Vi have to tiptoe their way into each and every round with real caution, real hesitation, but not so much hesitation that Vitality's confidence will cost them the round. Careful.
Yeah, they know a buy's coming up.
Can hear that utility popping.
Straight up just 1 SMG here for Na'Vi. They're trying to guarantee this victory. The Fama starts to breach the ledge. It's about Alexi. Can he hold his nerve right here? They want to make this a B move, man. I don't know. Wouldn't mind them coming this direction if I was Vitality, that's for sure.
What's Mezzi's scout made of?
That's a tag. Again.
Bit of damage to start.
Those 2 pistol kills brought him the scout.
A fresh smoke grenade towards the tunnels as well. That's going to be great for Robs to try to play off of. And Bit. Okay, hold on, no. Apex's 5-7 pops up.
How are they going to dislodge him?
Robs dies, they find the second one, and still the scout sits back on plat. Mezzi set up the pistols, and damn near gets it over. You've got Zywoo in a 1v2 with a Famas that is roaring to get into this bomb site. Smoke pops in front of him. He's going to push through on his terms, on his timing, and with wonderful backside, of course it is Zywoo to find it. Of course it is Vitality to suck the life out of the room, to deny Na'Vi momentum again at the start of a critical half.
That's his at least 3rd 1v2 in this series. We're 3 maps in. That's immaculate. Famas recoil control. Totally fearless. The stack is perfect. The 2 kills Mezzi gets him a scout, which gets him damage and a kill.
Rob's going down by the tunnels, but it's that 3rd layer into Apex who just popped up at the pristine moment. 5-7's a great gun, but even better with a back of the head turn to you.
Feels like they're more likely to deny conversion than convert it themselves at this point. Be all the most disheartening words, just deflating, confusing, annoying. And they even bought all those Galils. Like, they really didn't come in with SMGs and try to make the most of a round that has to be a part of a comeback and build up that economy. No, they played to win, increase their odds right there and then, and sacrificed the kill rewards for it. Still couldn't win.
Still, Mezzi looking emphatic on the side of that smoke. Again, it's going to be the car pop-up that'll catch you off, and this time it's not even the pistol. Apex puts Emed down, makes quick work of Wonderful, dropped the bomb. Total control once more for a Vitality that can seize a game on a moment's notice, that are in total control from start to finish. And Dust 2, again, just a reminder of how great this team truly can be.
Guess you don't have to get tired from all these deep tournament runs if your maps aren't even close.
What a wild world it is to live in.
This wouldn't even count as a long best of 3 at this point.
When you think back, and every team in the world would rather play the Vitality of 2025. Last year, that seems unfathomable, and yet Vitality tap in to an even better version of themselves. Little awkward one here for Apex, fine by him. Get these blocks out of here. Vitality have got places to be.
I thought Ballet was dead.
They got people to see, things to do. And Navi just the first on their checklist. A formality, all that's left in a 12-4 map 3 situation.
The Horizon's coming up against them. Navi got to make the comeback of the ages. A team that's never lost in overtime in months. That hasn't any map losses at all on their strongest map on Dust 2. This marks the most hopeless point in the year for another team going up against Vitality. Push comes down, Cat. Nades come back. They still have long control. They gotta be careful not to run into this off, though. They really want a piece of this, but ZywOo is here.
You sure? This is what you want? Challenge on Flamesy that he only gets one with.
Yeah, ZywOo actually ducked out, dropped off the ledge, went back around to the site. Not worried about mollies. In fact, wants to go for... Okay, I was thinking re-aggression looks crazy. Picks up another key piece of utility. He's fully stocked. This would be a solid time to go B if Alexi can figure it out.
It's going to be a desperate act from Ema. 2 kills in this map.
Looks like they're starting to synthesize a situation. This could be the split.
You find an opening, you'll find a chance. Navi still just trying to tap into anything they can believe in. An Apex set up to succeed. Wonderful still finding it though, and now pressure on Rops, who if he goes unnoticed could be a real problem. But good on Navi to find the solution here. It's a slow squeeze. They burn that clock down and make their worth of it. 5th round secured for Navi as they will yet again try to run a comeback versus Vitality.
And that's a great round. I mean, they get the rotations out, they deal with cat control without getting opt in the first place. There's a lot of utility that comes back that's really effective for Vitality, but it's the final call from Alexi that's clean and clear to make sure they can take the site. Apex just desperately trying to fling himself through the smoke with a flash to try and help out Rops, but from that point on, they knew he was dead. Seven rounds to go.
It was a daunting step up to the catwalk play when you know ZywOo was there to support it. Him falling back is what opened the door for Navi to depart without additional losses. And good on Ema, thorough, as he comes into that B-bomb site. Your margin of error is non-existent. To Navi, all we can say is best of luck. Many have tried, many have failed. And despite Navi slowly building brick by brick up to this current form, to be the best challengers that Counter-Strike can have in the face of a Vitality that knows nothing but victory. Flamesy goes back at it, and Makaze's got his number this time too. Well done by Makaze. Moves that momentum up through the catwalk and wants to seize control of this A site.
I like it, taking any small opportunity he can get, just turn it into a round as quickly as possible. Just don't give Vitality a chance to respond. They want to come find Mezzy in the pit, surely they'll be aware of it. But careful about this!
No.
Yeah, this will actually send the CTs thinking as they jump up Cat now.
Why not?
Surely you don't end on a round like this. 2-on-2 to retake for the game.
Of course they'll go, because they're Vitality. They seemingly can't stop winning, and it's there for the taking if God forbid. Whose headshots are well known And in this case, much needed to stave off a Vitality that you can see is frothing to close this game.
Damn, that was freaky from Bit, though. A nice second shot.
Woo. Mistakes will cost you if you're not careful, and they damn near lost that to Mezzi.
It's okay, guys. It's all good. All good. All good. All good.
Another chance for an undignified end to this game as the Mag 7 is out. Apex is bringing this more into the gameplay on more different maps. They're pushing upper tunnels too.
Yeah, 5-7 set up by the frag. Just the one. Zywoo's nade catches. Here comes the shotty. There's Makaze done for. Bit's hands busy, has to turn back. And he will stop Zywoo from testing the side of smoke. Bit is again looking to be the hero in back-to-back rounds. Flamesy's Desert Eagle is still enough if Na'Vi aren't cautious.
This smoke, the two mollies they can use, this should just be an easy plant situation. Flamesy, there could be a gun for him up in the window. That'll be something to think about. It's a scout. What's that really gonna do?
Oh.
No, be careful.
Oh. Just how close they are again.
He throws on the first shot, he gets out of there. Always on a knife's edge.
Back-to-back multi-frags, a 2K close in the last round. 3 kills this time to trade out.
It's just a question of how many times can they save the day.
You can almost feel Vitality's sense of invincibility.
Yeah, they're happy still. They're not even frustrated about letting a comeback through. All these rounds so close. I mean, if you're buying Mag 7s, you're kind of having some fun.
We do a Vitality listen-in on a grand finals, and Apex is making whale noises and laughing his way through this.
Make no mistake, this was a close call, man.
Bit saves it again.
He got the hard kill, a weapon switch as well, and if he didn't have that instant headshot, Bit, that one's a wrap. Tournament's a wrap.
Bit keeping it clean. Problem here for Na'Vi is the Vitality wealth knows no limits. To buy back on the table, it's Zywoo with an op. Any single one of these rounds could have been picked up by Vitality on the finest margins. Respect to Na'Vi for still being in this server. Still trying to find the self-belief they need to go up versus a team that knows nothing but trophy lifts. Catwalk's been a big point of contention in these last couple of rounds.
It's kind of a new spot for Flamesy. They have to be so careful about this approach, and that flash could land right in front of the door and blind him, but it depends where they think he is.
He's on his own. Flash doesn't hit him. Flamesy,
there it is.
Oh, back, gets blinded by the second. And it'll be Na'Vi in with a man advantage for round 20. On top of that, you get this mid walkout.
Man, 2 lurkers here.
There are options with bombs floating behind them in middle. Mezzi tries to capitalize. The window player's dead. It's Apex to pick up headshots from that A site instead. That's the bomb, though, on Wonderful, back towards middle. And damaged Apex making a run over towards the B site despite showing skin on long.
Is Zywoo gonna figure this out? Bomb's gonna get jumped up onto Cat. But they instantly go into reclear in tunnels. I don't really think there's a way back into this again unless Na'Vi makes a massive mistake here. Zywoo's got a small chance on this cross to hit a shot.
They don't have a smoke for this, but the bomb can just be planted on its own. Oh, never mind. But nobody tests that gap. Nobody needs to. Na'Vi don't have to make this mistake. They're not forced to. We've seen Vitality throw caution to the wind and go for unlikely round wins. Not this time. The reality of the situation, the realization that Na'Vi are closing this gap starts to sink in, and Vitality hope to just save 2 guns instead.
We're already getting into a round that's a better performance versus teams first Vitality on this map. Lexi gets that first kill. Makaze gets 2. Second one takes a couple extra seconds, but that was hard enough to adjust. This puts Na'Vi on 8, and officially they're starting to put the pieces together.
You'd think Navi could get this one over the line as well, but when you think back to all the rounds in this series that Vitality have pulled out of nowhere, you look at this buy and you think it's doable. They have caught you off with less, Navi. Do not falter. Do not misstep. Mezzi seizing control of lower, gives his position away with the smoke. And in that moment, we've got Navi taking control of long simultaneous. You see that bomb starting to flirt back with the thought of A instead.
Yeah, but so that's what Apex thinks as well. He's jumped up on Cat. They have 2 here. They're kind of playing 1 and B for now. This can definitely be scary for Navi. This is the site that has the op. Apex is hoping he can see something without dying towards long. The split coming to fruition. 5 long on this round.
Zywu's in the front now, making his
volleys.
move. Flashbang to interrupt it. Oh, that's the cover they needed.
Great shot before he was even done peeking.
High likelihood that Navi can push this over with that opening kill, but now you've allowed Apex's AK to get dangerously close to the site. Good on you to have dropped him as well.
Don't make any mistakes with this bomb plant.
So far, just the MP7. That's the only thing that goes well for Vitality. You've spotted the last body.
That's a massive
Navi
round.
take their sweet time inching closer to that site. Navi take their sweet time to get a 9th secured on the scoreboard.
That was such a great round from Wonderful. It was that op shot over top of default. It felt like before Zywoo even had vision. If you were that quick. Scoreline starting to get recovered. Imma still having a sort of nightmare series. And that'll be every kill. So solid.
We saw Zywoo chuck that flash out to try to get it in the middle of the pack. He was going for the hunt, we know it. Meets his counterparts. It was always going to have to be sharp from Navi today, from top to bottom. Well, Lima's still outside of it. The rest of Navi putting one foot in front of the other. It's no longer a joking matter either for Vitality. Things starting to get serious with this 3-round game.
Their last 7 Dust 2 wins have all been single-digit losses for their opponents. This, with 9 rounds, that's already the most that anyone's got since they played Gamer Legion at the first bounty last year. This year, excuse me, right before Krakow.
Flashes for long control, body stacked on the corner. Oof. Wonderful. Pressed back by the utilities. Got to give that real estate over to Vitality, who seem to want to emphasize long out the gate. Try to feel this map slightly smaller for Navi, and all of a sudden, maybe you're able to box them in.
The better you do, the more opportunities arise. The more Blade has to work with, the more conditioning prospects that you have.
That's half of Mikaze dealt with. And when you think about how sharp he's been on these entries.
Yeah, he kind of ignores the HP loss and just goes forward with it.
Damage will not be enough to stop him from going full throttle, but he does decide to reposition here.
Man, this is quite a risk to take, and what an incredible one at that.
Time to do it.
Flamesy having his best tournament run so far, now on a flank.
While Alexi starts using utility, you can see him cautious of the possibility. He's well aware that this threat could be coming his way, but can he win the fight?
No way.
He won't win. Oh, yes! Beautiful turn by Alexi.
Somehow he pulls that out.
Everybody else jumbled up on the other side of smoke. It could just be a mow-down moment here for Mezzi and Rops. They are the 2 pieces between Navi and double digits here on Dust 2. As Messi gets a bit of damage in, it's robbed from the platform instead, and they're breaking down the doors on B. They've done it yet once more.
They actually got away with it, and Alexi, he turned around, spending most of his time watching the flank. You gotta be happy for him that he still gets the kill. Somehow Flamesy drops that. And one player on the defense with 2 in the sight with a very strong crossfire, and now it officially gets scary for Vitality.
That's a tonal shift in the game with an inability to hold back a B commitment despite 2 riflers on site with everything they need to do it.
They're protecting a map streak and threatening the tournament close if they just win 1 more round. But when you start getting that headspace, that's where it gets farther away. Vitality, so many close calls, but it's the clutches going towards Na'Vi. It's moments like this.
This shot. Oh. What an adjustment, because he overflicks as well, right? And like, that's not even a close flick. That's a huge readjustment demanded of Alexi. So tip of the hat, mad respect. But inside of that B site, unable to stand to the test. 2 rounds left in regulation. A wavering economy on the side of Vitality. Lesser weapons in this round yet again. And a Na'Vi that you have allowed to find confidence as this game has gone on.
Messi's tried to sneak up into lower before. No, he just can't see anything. He's out of there. Probably better for him. Mikaze was there waiting. And you could see Na'Vi growing with confidence as they move into their protocols more and more smoothly.
There have been times that Vitality pressed that catwalk into Na'Vi. There have been times where Na'Vi have been forced to walk away, but in this moment, Mikaze on the brink of it, and Saiwu finds the damage on Ema at least.
And also sees them going towards Cat.
Nades are coming through, and Apex ready for his duel. Will it shut down the entry specialist? Now Flamesy's Deagle strikes a second time, and Saiwu emerges from the boxes, ready to finish off what has turned out to be a valiant effort from Na'Vi. But effort is not enough in the face of a Vitality that knows nothing but victory. 20 map streaks secured with this 3-0. A victory in Rotterdam without dropping a map.
The team that shows us the ceiling of the game, the greatest gift that they can give to the Counter-Strike audience. When you're in it, it feels hopeless, it feels endless, but to them, they're on top of the world. And when we look back, they give us history that makes this game memorable. A team like we've never seen, the best international team that we've ever seen, and maybe the very best ever across all titles. How much more does Vitality have to offer?
Standing in front of Vitality is the unknown. Just how far can they go? If you're lucky enough to be in Rotterdam tonight, you have experienced the privilege that is to be in the presence of greatness. This team is fueled by star power. It's limitless energy embodied in a Counter-Strike team for the ages. Vitality is the gold standard. Domination is in their DNA. Your Blast Premier Open Rotterdam champion, Team Vitality!
Does it again. Apex, come over here for a moment for a quick chat. Yeah. I saw you walking up here, waving your finger a little bit. You're enjoying this one.
Yeah, I think we let them believe at the end on those two, but overall we played good strike. We played better, and yeah, we deserve that 3-0. Haven't lost a map for almost 2 months. That's crazy, like a month and a half. I don't know, this team is unbelievable. But the truth is we are talented, but I promise you that everyone is working harder than anyone else. We know how tough it is to win tournaments and how lucky we are to have this team. So we keep working hard, but we keep delivering.
You've been doing this for decades. How much fun is it to be a part of this team on this kind of a run?
Mate, I had to wait 32 years old to get the best team I could ever get. So yeah, it is a message behind them that keep believing in your dreams, work hard, and at some point in my work, but don't stop believing, that's it.
Thank you, Apex. Let's have a chat with Zaiwu. Zaiwu, come on over here. Big crowd reaction for you. As you might expect, the best player in the world, part of the best team in the world. When do you become the best team of all time?
Last year already. I mean, when we managed to win all this trophy, this capacity of be able to go as far as any playoff, we knew like we have one of the best teams ever.
When you are #1 team in the world, how big of a gap do you think there is between you and your competition right now?
If we play our A game, for now there's no other team in our level we can beat anyone. We haven't with our big game, so for now we are really far ahead for any team, so obviously we feel good for that.
Congratulations on a phenomenal performance. Mezzi, come over here for a second. Mezzi, these wins, it's just getting silly now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, but we're going to keep riding this this experience. It's crazy, and we're going to keep winning as much as we can. We don't want it to stop, and I'm happy with how the guys played today. It was great.
Obviously, one of the key talking points from this is that undefeated map run that you were on. Does that play on your mind when you're in the server? Do you want to protect that going forward into the next tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to keep breaking records and to keep continuing them. I think today we wanted to make sure we continue this and keep beating. I think the next one's a bit further away with Nipper on 34, but why not? We keep breaking records, so let's keep it going.
All right, big shout out to you, your entire team, to Flamesy and to Rops as well. I'm going to let you celebrate one more time. Can we get another trophy lift, please? And for everyone here in the arena, one more time, for your Blast Open Rotterdam champions, Team Vitality!
When expectations meet greatness, and that's exactly what Vitality have done here. They lived up to everyone's expectations, but they excelled in a way people didn't think they could, beating what was a previous record in having a map undefeated streak for themselves, going a whole tournament without losing a single map. And, you know, throwing a little bit of spice there towards the end of Dust 2 to give the fans what they really wanted, a close series.
It got competitive there on map 3, but let's not be confused. This was Vitality's tournament to win, and they did just that. The odyssey of Apex's journey as an in-game leader continues, and this tournament, as I'm sure many more will, reinforces the point that Vitality are #1 with a bullet.
There's no doubt that what Vitality is achieving time and time again, always cementing themselves as being one of the greatest Counter-Strike teams of all time. The constant fight for trophies, the way they do, the way they make their opponents just look incredibly silly. It's something that is just out of our minds, and there's no doubt that what they're doing right now, breaking records, setting new records time and time again, is something that they're enjoying very much. And it's something that we even get to enjoy. You know, we also got to give a credit to where credit is due. With what they're doing right now, they also show what a level you can play Counter-Strike at. And regardless of what's going to happen, it stings in my heart to say it, but it's going to come to a point where they will overtake Astralis, that's for sure.
If it's hard for anyone out there to conceptualize really just how dominant Vitality is, despite all these wins, since this roster has formed together as 5 players, they've won now 12 S-tier lands, S-tier trophies they've lifted together. Every other team in that time frame has only lifted 11.
We looked at the numbers at the beginning, the fact that Astralis, during your dominance, Dupree, won just a couple more, and it had over 100 more days, or it took over 100 more days to accomplish that. So Vitality, they are definitely on track to pass that, but still more to accomplish, more pressure that'll be added in the coming tournaments. The Cologne Major right around the corner with a couple sprinkled in between. Those are going to be their own problems, because every day as Vitality continues to write the book on how they solved Counter-Strike, everybody is taking notes as fervently as they possibly can, and so you know that there are going to be new challenges presented to them.
Without a doubt, Cologne is going to be the turning point. That's the one that could tip the scale in my books. With what they have shown already, I don't see any other team being the favorite coming into that tournament. We can just look at Vitality and enjoy what they're showing. And for a brief moment, we thought that, you know, I wouldn't say they would have fallen off, but at least they slowed down a little bit, and other teams were like competing with them. But now again, throughout 2026, we have just witnessed again that Vitality is taking Counter-Strike to another level, and the rest of them has now fallen even into like a bigger hole than we've seen. And it's like they've just created a massive gap once again to their closest competitor. Them maybe being Na'Vi, and even Na'Vi at times in this series looks silly.
They take this break. They have a little bit of a break as a team before coming here for Blast Premier Open Rotterdam, and you go, if any tournament is the one they might falter, it's the one where they're getting back on the horse. But really, Maui, they never got off it.
No, it's clear that the break that they had actually paid off. You could see, I would say, mostly even I would say on Anubis, the fact that they pull out a triple boost that we haven't seen before, that they had to apparently go to one of the players on Sangol's Twitter. I think that's the first time that triple boost has even been shown out. Shout out Nard out here for even showing me that one. But that's the level of depth this team is willing to go to. They're not resting on their laurels. They're not just sitting back and saying, or asking for people to come and beat them. They're innovating constantly. They're always finding new ways to improve.
And that's what it's all about when it comes to Team Counter-Strike. One thing is that you will have your individuals popping off, but if you can find these small gimmicks that will turn things around for you at triple boost, whether it's a triple boost or it's another crazy play, that's the thing that you want to be seeing. And you know, it's definitely something that's just incredible to witness time and time again.
Let's slow it down a little bit and really talk more in depth here, because Flamesy joining us at the desk just moments ago, lifting that trophy. Where are your energy levels at right now?
Well, it's quite good. It's just about the time that I usually wake up during the day, so it's been a nice morning, and I think it's obviously the game was a bit stressful towards the end, so it raised a bit the adrenaline, like the energy. But on the other note, I think we felt good during the game. Like even the rounds we lost were clutches, beat with a crazy 1v2 and stuff like that. So I feel like during the game we still had like a lot of things we did good. I whiffed behind from long, like everything was kind of good, and so the energy, it was quite good. Like we didn't panic, we didn't get scared, because we knew that we were on top of the game still.
Yeah, we listened in a little bit when you guys lost 2 consecutive rounds in that last half there, and Apex is talking about it. He's like, it's okay, guys, it's all good. Was that still the same sentiment, or did you feel like you did have to have a small tone shift and focus up?
But it was just about the headshots, like that's it. Like whenever they went somewhere, well, obviously some rounds they did a good call, but we pushed in the right timings, we did the right plays, like some of the micro millisecond for a flash, and that just CS like to some extent, and I'm happy that we reached 12 before it got to that level. And I think also for them, when we reached 12, they kind of like, they just let it out, you know, they have nothing to lose, so they just play like crazy, they play fast, and things go well for them in that sense, so yeah.
I have a question about kind of the guys we don't see on the stage there. I mean, you guys talk a lot about your support staff, and I feel like in all these aspects of staying focused, I'm sure that people like Matt and Jack are partially responsible for that. I mean, what can you say about them as people?
Well, I said yesterday that Matt is the best person in the world. Ah, you said it.
I can agree.
And to be fair with Jack, well, all the stuff I would say, like Remy, because he's also very involved outside of the game as much as he is involved inside, that all of them are quite helpful and very, you know, per day. Today, it's the first time I play a grand final. The first time we play grand final at 12:30 p.m. and there is a lot of changes. Usually you have a good dinner, a good meal before. Now we have a breakfast, jump into the game, these kind of things. And Jack, kind of, his main job, his main focus right now is that, guys, tell me what you need to be the most comfortable. We have a good schedule, let's go sleep early, let's do some things that are gonna increase our chances maybe by 1% to just perform. And if you just need anything, he's always here and he's always ready to do things. And I think with how the best of 5 went, obviously Anubis was picked and you know, instantly Matt is on top of that, like let's do that, let's do that, let's do that. Instantly ideas, and that was kind of like how the stuff went.
I think I know the answer you're going to give to this question, but I'm going to ask it regardless. After how you played at this event and the numbers you're putting up on the winningest team possible, how do you consider yourself in the entry fragger of the year discussion?
Well, I'll be honest, it's like I'm very happy with just the conversation being Donk or Flames. I don't give a fuck if I win Donk or not in the conversation. Just people talking about it. I know that that's a good position because that guy is a monster and he's out of he's just Donk. You know, it's nothing too much to say other than that. And as long as people keep asking that question, who is doing better, then I'm doing fine.
You touched on Anubis now in the map pool, and Navi decided to go for that as their first one. Did that come as a surprise for you? Because it's been in the map pool a lot when you played best of 5s, but usually as a 4th or 5th map. So was it a bit of a change-up that you had to play it so early? And what was your thoughts coming into this one?
Well, we to be honest, we didn't expect it to be the first pick of them because I think, you know, it's always like you have to pick your best map or possibly a map that is good for you, but the enemy team is not so comfortable on. And I think that's what they went with possibly, even though they've beat Aurora on Anubis. Like I guess they're really comfortable as well. But we obviously for the best of 5, the staff preps everything, and then we see Anubis, and then it's just like just telling us, guys, they do that. What do you want to do? Making a quick plan, and I think that we did win a lot of clutches, and that kind of saved us. But it's also the benefit of having individuals like that, like Zayu, Robs, Mezzi popped off a lot with the Diggle as well. Like, and it's gonna be messy. Always a grand final. Both teams are gonna play a bit sloppy. I feel like not the best level that you like in the semifinals you'll play better than in the final. I feel like, and that was a bit. Some rounds were sloppy, but still, that Anubis felt like really good. We always had plans and always at this kind of stuff. Maybe just a little slow on the initiating in the game.
Just regarding the triple boost, who called that? Who made up the decision?
To be honest, we played a proc against someone and we died like that, and we're like, what the fuck? What is that? Where was he? And then I don't know. I think Rob, I think Dan or Matu just called, let's do triple boost. Like fuck it, it's a free kill. But a bit was close, so I thought they're not gonna be that far away stairs. Works out. So, perfect. Yeah.
Excellent.
Nice practice.
Yeah.
Well, I know that it was sort of a joke that you were saying that you're used to playing later, waking up later, but you've gone ahead. You won last Premier Open Rotterdam before your morning begins. What's the rest of the day looking like for you and the team?
What's the time?
It is, 4 p.m.
4 yeah, so 4 p.m. So 4 p.m. So right now probably having like a mini lunch.
Lunch, yeah?
Yes, a mini lunch. Then we're gonna go to Korean barbecue. Enjoy some Korean barbecue, and then tomorrow train to Paris, and we have midday, so yeah.
All right.
7 a.m.
All right, nice early start after getting to enjoy this, but Flamesy, enjoy it for all you can. It was an absolute pleasure to get you guys seeing you guys play in the grand final. I want to give you a chance. I know there's a lot of Vitality fans out there and all of that, but now winning the tournament, anything you want to say to them?
Well, thank you for all the fans who are supporting. We obviously doing quite good so far, but the main focus now is the Grand Slam, and that's what we're going to be working hard on. And whoever was in Rotterdam, thank you for the amazing tournament, because from the pop of the stage, it looked like the arena was just so crowded, so full of energy. So yeah, I'm thankful for everything, and see ya, boys.
Thank you so much for joining us as well, giving us all of your energy and insight too, and just being very candid about where exactly that triple boost came from, but also making the call there for themselves as well. So big props to Vitality, again etching their names, and yet another trophy, Dupree.
Yeah, it's like it's just doesn't stop, right? They just keep going for tournament. Apex, he's always bringing it out on stage whenever he's doing interview. You know, we are Vitality, we are going for the trophies every single time. Like going for semis, quarterfinals, it can happen once in a while. But if they ever end up dropping those series, that is just not good enough for them. You know, it is just setting the bar very high, making themselves the best team. They're still fighting, and I know for a fact, and we can just tell that Vitality they're just edging closer and closer to becoming the greatest of all time, and that is the one thing that they're hunting right now.
It's rare to see a team that just remains this hungry. We've seen a lot of teams that have little streaks of form. We saw Navi in 2024, sometimes saw the highs of teams like Spirit, for example, but for a Vitality team to constantly be pushing every other team by constantly bringing new ideas to the table, being able to implement them with seemingly no practice running a play like that before, that's what makes this team so special, because you can be satisfied with a victory. We've seen players win one major, then they go off to become streamers. Not this team. This team is sticking around, and everybody wants to continue and further their glory.
And I'm sure there's players on the side of Na'Vi that would like to take their revenge, right? It felt like they themselves were only just warming up, because on Dust 2, they were able to bring it back from a deficit of, what was it, 4 and 12. That's where they were at, and then be able to not close it, sorry, but see the map be closed out at 10 and 13. It was really, truly an amazing performance from them towards that end.
We really almost got a Na'Vi comeback there. I was crossing my fingers for it, because it felt like it was...
You had fingers, toes, legs, everything of you was crossed.
It was, but as soon as Vitality decides it's time to drop the hammer, they do just that. But still, a big shout out to the form that Na'Vi showed towards the tail end. Man, it was close. Like, the way that Makaze played was still incredibly commendable. There were a lot of moments from the individuals.
We got to give Na'Vi the fact that they actually had a decent rehearsal. I mean, like, I wouldn't really put them in a spot where they could beat them at this tournament, but at least they've created themselves some new data, and they've actually been out there. They've been tested against Vitality. You know, it's not a team they've played against very often. It's a team that they haven't, you know, had the chance of playing too much. But now the fact that they do, and I don't think there's any other case that we can make right now that Na'Vi is the second best team in the world. Like, I don't think anyone else really makes the cut to be so. So, I mean, putting up a fight here, I mean, I think we saw glimpses of what Na'Vi is really good at and what they can do, but they still have a lot of cleanup work to do before it gets even more competitive.
Back-to-back grand finals for them. What a beautiful feat that is in itself. But this time around, they're going to have to be content with taking home second place.
Alexi, commiserations. You couldn't get the job done here tonight in this grand final. But like I said earlier on, you were fighting so hard. You had the crowd behind you, but they were just too good.
Yeah, indeed. I think that we really fought. We never gave up, even when the scoreline was looking tough. The problem was that we were giving them too much of a lead, or we couldn't get the lead going ourselves, losing against Force Buys or Hero AKs or whatever it might be. And if you don't manage to close those kind of rounds against this team, you cannot win. But yeah, we tried our best.
You're an incredible roster, an incredible squad. Are there any positives that you can take from this grand final?
There are some. I mean, we know that we managed to get into a lot of positions where we had the upper hand, or we had the round in a situation that we would always want it to be, like a man advantage post plant, or, you know, having them on an eco or whatever. We just need to make less mistakes on those scenarios, which kind of hurts because that's the most obvious thing you can pinpoint. But yeah, it's back to the drawing board, and just I'm just happy that some of the individuals in this team, Makaze played a tremendous tournament, and I hope he can keep it up.
Yeah, a real standout tournament for him at just 19 years old. And we just heard there from Apex after the big win that he said that their team works harder than any other team. Do you feel like all you can do is try and outwork teams like Vitality? Because I know that you're trying still to prove yourself as one of the best teams in CS.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing that we're aiming for, to work harder than the opponents. And, you know, as I said, we tried our best. They have their system, we have ours. They managed to beat us this time, but it's just gonna fuel more energy to us to, you know, try and get the revenge against Vitality.
Commiserations again, and thank you, Alexi.
Thank you so much.
There's so much more in the tank of Na'Vi. Alexi B knows it. This is the first time they face up against each other here at Blast Premier Open Rotterdam. And so now to do it in a grand final, to still feel like you're putting two maps almost there, almost to overtime, I have no doubt about it that Na'Vi will get their chance of a revenge in a grand final against Vitality in the future.
Just a very tough task for Na'Vi overall. I think that coming into this grand final, they had showed glimpses of how good and how much they have improved, but it's just a whole nother caliber. I think Alexi touches on all the things that I really also want to see more out of Navi, and you know, they put themselves in really good situations, but they can't really capitalize on them, and it is those things that's just very hard for you as a Counter-Strike player, because you can pre-plan so many things, but you can't really always pre-plan or post-plans and the XVX situations, and that is where it comes down to the individuals making the right decisions. And it's another thing doing in the group stage, but once you get on the stage, that is where you know the cookie crumbles at times. So I mean, I still think we can be happy about what Navi showed today, but it wasn't enough against Vitality.
After going through the exercise of figuring out who is second in the pecking order and running every team through that filter, Navi, they find themselves at the top, but it's just that the chasm between themselves and Vitality feels so vast. They are definitely going to have to work on a couple things. I'm a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to hold their nerve in more of the situations on Anubis. For a team that is as seasoned as they are, that probably was the map that they feel, even though Dust 2 was quite close to, they probably felt like Anubis slipped given the advantageous situations that they consistently found themselves in. But that's just Vitality. Like, that's why we are really in Apex's world right now.
It's a double-edged sword. As much as Navi might have faltered themselves, Vitality exploited that. That's what they're so great at here. And with our champions now being crowned, it does bring us towards the end. But before we say goodbye, I want to ask you guys exactly big things for this tournament. Obviously, we're going to keep talking about how good Vitality is, but what did you guys enjoy the most about Blast Open here?
I think the crowd was. I think the crowd specifically today was amazing. I feel like the town of Rotterdam also, you know, for my first time being in the Netherlands, actually getting to explore a little bit. So I think overall it's been enjoyment, and you know, you always like some high tier Counter-Strike as well.
Great turnout from the crowd. I'm glad that also we were able to continue the storyline. A lot of people considered the Pro League run from Navi to be fool's gold, or that it doesn't really mean a lot. But once again, another tournament, punching their ticket into the grand finals to me shows they mean serious business. And I'm just glad Makaze showed up. I can't contain myself about that. We got a new star player on Navi all of a sudden. I haven't seen a moment like this for them probably since Electronic was on their team. So I'm excited for the future for them.
Well, just as excited as you were about Makaze, you know, showing up and enjoying himself that was on the stage, I've also had the pleasure of getting to work with you guys. It's been such a phenomenal joy, especially at my first Counter-Strike event. But everyone really showed up. The players delivering on the Counter-Strike, the crowd giving the cheers, you guys watching at home, and everyone else behind the cameras. Thank you guys so much for watching us and joining us for Blast Premier Open Rotterdam. We'll see you next time in Porto.